Is there a clicker?
Ah oui,
Thanks.
bien sûr, le fameux commandant Cousteau. Ouais. Oh, really? Nice. You want to be in the middle?
En fait, le chose, je cherche un clicker parce que sinon, il faut que je reste à côté de la ordi.
My son is a fan. My son
Of
is
True?
a graphic novel.
Oh, really?
He's a fan of yours,
Oh,
and he
really?
loves the Lit Fest. He's a baby who grew up in the Lit Fest. Now he's this big, but spent the whole day yesterday. Got a fever. Woke up today with his eyes red
sorry.
and
Which
a
son
fever.
is this?
With a fever. My youngest.
So he cannot come.
He's a little angry, but
Maybe you can
C'est
come
la
at
vie.
the Villa Sunaparanta.
oh yeah,
We're gonna do something, the 26th or something.
yeah, he'll come for that.
Yeah? Okay. We can talk about comics.
Good work, Lokesh. Thank you. Sorry, I missed. When I saw you. Yeah.
Can I just check if it's I want to check if it's working because
I was telling John, I think there is one lookalike is roaming around.
Yes, yes.
can I just see the pen drive? You can't- Where's the pen drive? Oh, it's here. Can I just see?
How do you do?
just
You want to
can
be
you
in
open
the
it?
middle or whatever?
So
Do we
right?
put Amrita in the middle?
Yeah, I think she will decide. I
yeah, that's
think
better.
she should be in the middle.
I think so.
I'm very thirsty.
Wait, I just want to check something.
Isabel is with them.
Yeah,
We're running 2 minutes late. Bear with us.
Can we just check if the projection is all right? Because it's
Hi.
Hi. Thank you very much.
Hi. Nice meeting. Yeah. Sorry, your
Eita. Okay.
Yes.
Eita.
me? No, thanks. The thing is, until there's a projection, there's no point. I mean, I'm literally talking, showing their stuff. So,
He's a writer. Huh? Famous.
Salad.
His book.
Salad. Okay.
Ah, okay.
Jerry Pinto.
Jerry, could you settle down, everybody else?
We need to just ensure that there's a projection on. I'm not sure
He's
it's
a chef.
Very good morning, everyone, once again. And welcome to the 13th edition of the Goa Art and Literature Festival.
You want to be in the
And
middle?
on behalf of
I may need to be near the computer.
and
Oh,
on
really?
behalf of ICG, International
Sama.
Center Goa, I welcome you to this, what is promises to be a wonderful session. And I just wanted to say that the people behind the festival, Goa writers, Vivek Menezes, who just escaped, and Bhai Damodar Mauzo, and the ICG president, Mr. Yatim Kakodkar. The Goa writers are a bunch of 50, 60 of us, all either based in Goa or writing on Goa. Thank you. I'm Heta Pandit, and I'm a writer on heritage, history and culture. I've just published my 11th book. And I welcome you all, and I'm going to invite Shamika Andrade from the Alliance Française to introduce our guests this morning. Please take your seats.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
But to begin with, you can be there.
Yeah, sure. They're going to introduce you.
And I'd like to also introduce a residency program that Thrubs and Lokesh are part of. So Villa Swagatam is a dynamic network of artistic and literary residencies aimed at fostering cultural exchanges between France, India, and the South Asia region. It was launched in March 2023 by the French Institute in India, French Embassy in India. In its second edition, Villa Swagatam continues to expand, facilitating exchanges between France and South Asian creators, focusing on literature, arts, and crafts, and establishing partnerships with nearly 30 prestigious residencies. The program promotes collaboration and dialogue, enabling deeper, more meaningful exchanges between the artistic traditions of these regions. So in Goa, this is happening at Sunaparanta and the Cité Internationale de la BD residency, which offers a unique opportunity for a pair of graphic novelists or comic book authors to explore artistic scenes in both India and France while working on a joint project. In Jan 2025, the selected duo Lokesh and Troops have been staying in Angoulême, which is in France, where they have engaged with the city's renowned comic ecosystem, including the Cité Internationale de la Bande Dessinée et de l'Image. They were hosted at the Maison des Auteurs and attended the Angoulême International Comics Festival. This month, they are doing their second part of the residency at Sunaparanta, Goa Center for Arts. A little bit about Sunaparanta. Sunaparanta Center for the Arts, established in 2009, is by Dipti and Dathraj Salgaonkar, is a non-profit organization dedicated to preserving Goa's creative legacy, fostering cultural growth in India. And now, a little bit about our artists. Jean-Marc Troubet studied at the Toulouse Fine Arts School and the Angoulême Fine Arts School. An avid traveler based in the Dordogne, he often draws inspiration from his own life for his albums. He has produced nearly 30 albums, either alone or in collaboration with other artists such as Edmond Baudouin. From his travels in China, Australia, Madagascar, Colombia, Mexico, Burundi, Laos, West Africa, came out several comic books published with various publishing houses such as Futur Poli, L'Association, and Rakham. He is one of the associate authors of Oui Dire Company, which develops artistic activities in priority neighborhoods. Lokesh Khode is an independent artist, comic creator, and art educator based in New Delhi. He has published comics and illustrated children's books. Lokesh co-founded Blue Jackal, an indie platform for comics, picture books, and zines, and co-organizes the India Comics Fest Delhi edition. He is also Director of Education at Art First Foundation, working with children, university students, and school teachers across India. And finally, we have Amruta Patil, who I discovered also speaks French. Amruta Patil is a writer and painter and the author of 4 graphic novels. She was artist in residence at the House of Authors, Angoulême, France, for 4 years. In 2017, she received the Nari Shakti Purushkar from the President of India for unusual work that breaks boundaries in art and literature. Currently, she's working on curating an exhibition about Indian visual storytelling traditions with the Comics Museum in France and working on her 5th graphic novel. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Hi everyone, thanks for picking us. It's always a pleasure to have more than 6 people in a room. So I accepted this particular session for a particular reason, which is that I have a very close heart bond with Angoulême, which is where they've just come from. They spent the month in residency over there. Now Angoulême, which sounds very much like a Goan village, like Karanzalem or anything of that sort, basically is a strange, surreal town which some of you may have seen. Can you switch off a few lights here, because our visuals are going to be wasted otherwise. And those of you who are way at the back, you're going to like us more if you come a little bit in front, so you may want to do that. Can we just switch off these lights, at least the ones that are over this projection? So it's this peculiar medieval town which looks like, more lights please, if you can just switch these off. Can you see it better? Yeah. So Wes Anderson's French Dispatch was shot in Angoulême, so that is one of its claims to fame. It is a town which is basically home to a museum of comics, which has got like 240,000 people visiting every year. It has 10 temporary exhibitions in a year. The city has got murals which are based on comic book artists' work. You don't need to be told what that rocket is and where it's from. It is also a place that hosts a very interesting residency, which I have been a part of and which has a big role in my personal and professional life, where they host up to 65 international authors in a year, right? So it's a special kind of a place. It is the kind of a place where you are going to see people working this hard it is also a kind of place where there are going to be waves and waves of people. It's like the Tower of Babel with people of different nationalities speaking with each other. I'm going to right now, just so you get introduced a little bit to their work, show you the work of Troops. And my question over here would be, who are you and why comics? Basically, why are you writing and drawing? Because we all have a certain boot camp brain, which is why we do this. So Troops, do you have a mic?
I'll take this one, okay. So, who I am?
Yeah.
That's it, what's the first question?
Basically,
okay.
c'est ça.
So I'm a French author, I'm a human being, something like that. Sorry for my English, it's a bit bad in French accent, but I hope you're gonna understand it. So I'm doing comics since I'm a kid, I've read comics when I was a kid, always draw, and it's really natural for me to make comics and draw and write and do this stuff like that. So I was not very good at school, but I'm always drawing and doing comics again and again. In the independent scene, a bit like that. And slowly by slowly I go after to the art school in Toulouse, in the south of France, and after I reached the school of Angoulême, where we are talking about. And I was studying there. There's a school of comics, a art school of comics. And I was in touch there in publication people, and I started to publish.
One interesting thing about you, Troops, is that you have done some work solo, such as the examples that are on the screen right now.
Yes.
But you have also worked in collaboration with Baudouin. And I'm always curious about the kind of experience it is for people who both write and draw to actually work with somebody else. So
Yeah.
what led you to choose collaboration in certain work, and what was that like for you?
Yeah, collaboration is not very often for me, So I collaborate with people that I like the work, and I think they are friends, Instead of that, it's very difficult. And I never collaborate with somebody who writes me a scenario or something. So it's more collaboration with Baudouin. It's more like an exchange. And in fact, these books are very particular because we are doing some traveling in a borders place. Like the first one we did was in Mexico and the USA border, in El Paso and Ciudad de Juarez, which is a town very, very dangerous, sort of, to be short. And we are doing like a diary on comics, in fact. So we meet the people, and every day we're doing some new pages telling, yeah, today we meet Miranda, and Miranda said that to us and everything. So that's a diary place. And we do this book during the time we are traveling.
Are there specific qualities that Baudouin had which made it important to collaborate with him? Like, how did the division of work or thought process shift?
The main quality is that we are together working very fast, sort of.
Yeah.
And we don't go back to the thing, we directly draw in black and white, and we do the thing like a diary, exactly like a diary, And after, if 2 or 3 days after we do something wrong before, we don't
Go back to the
thing. We just say, hey, 2 pages before we were wrong. Okay. So we go further like that. That is the main quality.
Passing it on to Lokesh, if you could also give people a sense, because not everybody here is entrenched in comics, so it'd be lovely if you could tell them.
Sure. Hi, I am Lokesh. And your first question, who are you? I am a jackal. not a cow. Cow is inside my stomach. So I'm making comics. I should say I'm into making comics last maybe 10 years or so. So much newer to comics. So in making of comics, but not reading of comics. So as we know in India, at least I come from Hindi. I'm from Bhopal. I grown up reading popular Hindi comics like Raj comics, Hindi superhero comics, and Nagraj, Super Commando 2, and Amar
You still write in Hindi, right?
I write in Hindi, but that market of comics and all of that publication actually stopped in post 90s and early 2000. All of that stopped for different reasons, and And the later, the graphic novel and all the other mediums that, including you, Orijit, and many of you guys started, that was still new to me later. But I studied painting in MS University, Faculty of Fine Arts. I came there in '98 and finished my studies in 2004, doing my master's in painting. I was initially exhibiting my works for very long time. I used to exhibit my paintings, my canvases, my watercolors in exhibition galleries. It was later, and I also got interested in doing children's book illustrations, and that is where I started publishing with Eklavya, Muskan, and some of these publications, who specially publish in Hindi, and as an illustrator. But I was also, in similar time, I used to also write short stories. And when slowly I got, much later, actually I got introduced to the genre of graphic novels. I started when I saw Persepolis and some of the other such examples. Then I was driven towards, okay, I should also make comics, my own, because I myself write my short stories, I illustrate, why not I bring both of them together, and not necessarily write only for children, which I was doing as illustrator, but write many other aspects of life into my comics.
Okay.
Yeah.
One noteworthy thing about Lokesh is he is a real quick change artist with styles. Like pretty much from comic to comic, you cannot even recognize that it's the same person.
Yeah.
So, and you see it even more so in the work that they are actually doing during their collaborative residency. It's quite unusual. Now, because I'm not really within the fold of Villa Swagatam or of Institute Francais or of anybody, I can ask you this question, which is that beyond the tokenism behind this kind of an Indo-French collaboration, we all know that when there's a residency opportunity and a grant, we will write whatever it takes to get that. You know, whether there is actually collaboration in our soul or whether, so this is the truth. I know we all do it. So given that this is the case, what is the lived experience of such a mashup? You know, is it contrived? Is there something actually collaborative happening, or you're just finding out ways to like walk side by side and do whatever the hell you want to do?
Yeah, you're absolutely right about the writing applications to residencies, and now there are actually, I heard there are programs who teach you how to write applications also.
Or better still, get somebody else to write it.
As well as ChatGPT, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, those also comes along with this. But yeah, if I say about it, so there was an application process, but I was not aware of this program, frankly saying. And actually the French Institute wrote to me that our actually deadline was passed, but I didn't know about there was an application out there, and they wrote and they said, why don't you apply? We want you to apply. I don't know how they came to know. And I applied, and there was an interview, and they asked, how are you going to, this is going to be collaboration, and what will be your role of as a collaborator? And I didn't know Troops, neither he knew me. And I just wrote very simple that the person who I am going to meet, a new person, I don't have any plan of collaboration because I don't know the person. My way of doing will be when we both meet, it will be initial. You'll
see how it goes.
Friendship. It will be about building a friendship, knowing each other, and maybe something might come out. If something come out, it will be.
And Troops, it's your first visit to India. So what was it like for you? What were your real reasons?
My real reason is to go to India. Maybe it was the first one, and second it was to see what's going on here on comics as well. You know, and when I see the Lokesh. Thing. What was interesting, he was not only an author, he was also a publisher, and also doing a festival, independent festival, which is very close to my practice of comics, in fact, which is good. And after, to come here, I'm just telling to the Maison des Auteurs but I'm going to do like a diary as well, like we do with Godwin, like I said, we made in Mexico and Colombia. I'm very able to do that, I'm doing sketch, every day. I'm a very sketcher.
It's actually, I don't know how many people are aware, but there's a very glorious tradition of the Carnet du Voyage, or like a book of travel in Europe. Like they're very strong, they love this stuff, Récit de Voyage. They have a big thing of all kinds of known and unknown people having their journals unfold during their travels. So it's very
Exactly.
much within your DNA, less so within yours, but we'll get to that part coming up.
Yeah, yeah,
There is
this is very close to comics. In fact, you know, you can go to this one, Carnet de Voyage, to the comics, and I'm between always in these borders of some things.
Okay. Now, one thing I can totally relate, because the reason why I went to France was not because of a burning passion for France, but because somebody developed a fear of flying, and the French Institute asked me, would you check in, do you want to go to France? And I'm like, I think so, you know, I don't mind so much. So basically there was that. But one thing that we all realize is that people from colonies always seem to have their homework much more in place about the Western world than vice versa. So in so many ways, we go there much more aware of what we might meet, what the culture is like, who the canonical films are, what's going on, and not so much the other way around. And I wanted to ask you about what your experience about that has been, Lokesh, when you went over there and met what you did.
Yeah. So, so in a way, for me going to France, it was first time, but not in Europe. So I had been to Europe earlier in some of the other places, other countries, but the huge difference was when earlier times when I went to Europe in some other places, it was always either with a group of many more artists and was for a very short time. So when you go with a lot of people, actually your attention is very different, and you go with the people there. No? You are seeing with what others are seeing. But here I was for a longer time staying there, working and exploring on my own, and it was a very, very rich experience, I must say. And also I went there with this kind of, I think I was very open. I went there with this openness that I am going there for learning, for exploring. And as you very rightly said, please all of you also sometime explore this place called Mandovi GAlf. It's a wonderful place in Angoulême because it houses comics artists as well as animators from across the world, from different geographies, as well as from the France. And it is such a wonderful experience to be there and work on your own graphic narrative, whether short or longer, because you are among all of them and you are getting so much energy. You are exploring how they are working, what kind of narratives they are writing in this political time or in their own social context. So it was a very, very rich experience in Angoulême itself. But it was much more than that. Maybe you can talk about it.
For you, what I wanted to ask is that in France, I don't know whether there is a tradition of ateliers where multiple comic book authors get together and work under the same space. I'm not sure if you're part of some kind of a collective or an
Absolutely
atelier.
not. I'm always walking by my own.
So you're also a wolf, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm living in a jungle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for a person from Europe, what is the attraction of being in a residency space? I can see what it is like for Lokesh, but for you, what was it like? What do you seek when you go to that?
For me, it's like a discovery thing. Learning to be with other people's. And it's like a journey as well, you know. It's part of the something different. It's part of the journey to stay in Angoulême like that. And for me, it's back to like a student time, you know, because I was in Angoulême when I was a kid, when I was 20 years old, something, and it's back to the past, maybe.
For those of you, I hope you're looking at the screen over there. Basically, these are the ways the lives of comic book authors suddenly turn into something so much larger than life. So there are the experiences of them at the table, which makes its way into the Carnet de Voyage or the travel voyage that is next to it. This is Troubs' work, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it's almost like it's a story that's evolving as it's happening, rather than a plot line, which is incredible. I can see some other experiences of some kind of a live drawing experience. C'est ça?
Like what we do with Lokesh, we go when we're in France. We take my car and we go to Lyon, which is at the east, you know, of France. So we cross all France, you know, west east. And during this travel, we meet a lot of people. It was a discovery for Lokesh, and we went there to make some exhibition, have a workshop to do, many things to do. So it was good to do with him and to make him discover that.
There you are in your car.
Yeah, this is
And
my
I think
car.
that is Lokesh's artwork over there.
Yeah.
And I personally think that this is absolutely stunning, what you've done during your travels.
Yeah.
This seems to be a friend of yours, Latino,
Yes,
is it?
he's
Who you
not
met?
as well a friend, he's a publisher as well.
I see.
He's a publisher of my last book, this one. He's doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So it was the new book. So we went here to sell. Yeah.
And this is Lokesh's.
Yeah. So the way I think, as both of us were working there, as you very well said, the traveler comics is there in the France and in Europe in their DNA. It's not in my DNA, but DNA, if I reverse it, becomes A&D, and is a word that connects. It's between this and that, and it's a beautiful word. So not in DNA. So that is where the travel happens, I feel, and that is where you are open to meet whom you don't know and the places you be. And yeah, this is part of a comics. So as beautifully Thoops, the way Thoops, I saw Thoops working on his way of working is like taking visual notes, everyday diary, which I also find very closer to Mario Miranda's diaries. The rich Mario Miranda diaries, that 1951, 1915, the three books which are, I have seen at least those three books, where every day of his life he was documenting, and Thoops work in a very similar way. My doing is a little different because I keep waiting for, who is this interesting guy or a story that I am going to meet. Till then I think I wait. So I keep absorbing, thinking, meeting, and then
Would it be right to say that there is different approaches? Like there is a
Yes.
blank slate approach, which is something like what a Guy Delisle or somebody would do, which is, okay, now here I am, and now this is what I saw, and this is what happened, and then I passed by a hospital, and this is what happened, kind of a story. And then there is the madly obsessive, research-oriented work of somebody like a Joe Sacco. So where do you all locate yourself vis-a-vis the kind of gaze you go with towards what is unknown? Because one thing, I've always found it shocking how people can go to a place for a short duration, for a 2-month stint or a 6-month stint, and feel audaciously confident enough to write something about the culture that they're located in. I find that startling. I mean, I envy people who feel they're confident enough to do that, but I'm also a little bit suspicious of it. They have to be white, or I wonder whether a fresh pair of eyes actually allows you to see something that if you're ingrained too much, no, you have to be white for that. What do you feel about that? Blank slate versus hyper research about an absolutely unknown place you're going to.
Of course. I have two way of doing comics, in fact. There's one way of doing it every day, like sketching things, and very diary things. Like this book we did.
If anyone would like to see,
Baudouin,
I can pass these around.
And this way is more like doing everyday diarying, everyday sketching on the little books, I think, and having notes, and every day starting to do pages like this, I do it very fast in the moment I'm here, what I'm doing on the pages or what I'm lived like the day before, the day before, but not very much longer. And after I have another work is to make it on a much longer time, and to make a big conception of storyboarding things, like in a cinema or like this, and take time to build a real scenario and a real way to have comics, with playback and things like that. So that's the second way. So I always moving on the first way and on a more longer way.
Okay. Now, one word that I heard you all use over and over was the idea that this was a bit of a road trip collaboration. And I wanted to get a sense of how it continues now that you're in Goa. Does it have a similar flavor, or has the game changed a little bit? I can see there's a lot of interesting food going on. I happened to meet you some days ago. What has it been like in the India segment of things for you? Now that Lokesh is in familiar territory, and what's it been like for you?
Yeah, for me it's a very discovery, in fact, for sure, because it's the first time for me in India and in Goa too, so it's all discovering for me. For me it's a road trip in my head, I'm I'm not doing a very big distance, but in my head it's a very long distance too, so it could be a metaphoric road trip for me.
Wonderful, yeah.
Yeah. I think for me, every day I'm trying to find a new bar for Thoops. some
Simulated.
Acha, you're not talking about an artistic bar.
so that we can think, ideate. So yeah, Goa has opened a lot to me.
It's
And
an
very,
approach.
very fluid. Yeah.
It's a call. Yeah.
This is a call for a bus, a free bus for us.
Yeah, but also saying that because it's also about in France, the wonderful time on the road trip that we went together, and now the time we are spending here. One thing that we kept talking, because what you were like, there is a 6-hour journey from Angoulême to Lyon, and the 6 hours we were talking about so many things. And also it was interesting in our talk how we realized that what is this collaboration is going to be about, and what are we going to draw, even if short, something that we are doing. It was more about that both of us realized that we both are looking at the same landscape during this time when we are together.
Absolutely.
But what are these two different eyes that is looking at the same story or the same landscape? That will be interesting to capture or
Are you actually in a shared vehicle over here? Are you renting a car and going around, or it's more a metaphorical road trip at this point?
Here it is metaphorical because auto will like
Two pilots. You can go like yeah.
So we wait. Also, road also becomes that our waiting place. Yeah.
One thing that I cannot help but bring up is that it is so very hard to make a living as somebody that is practicing visual storytelling in India. It is, I mean, unless you're a crazy person, in which category I firmly belong, or unless you have a sugar daddy or you have somebody underwriting your life, it is not something that is very easily possible. And I know that for all the third world country people that go for residencies, it is literally your borrowed finite time which truly belongs to you to get work done. You don't get chômage, you don't get any kind of money for being out of work and do your comics, no grants coming by easily. So it's really a very, very precious commodity. And I know that while even my comic book artist friends in France may be poverty line in the way place that they stand economically, they are still doing nothing but comics. So it is possible to live. And I was wondering if you could shine a little bit of light about the fiscal realities of doing what we do, because it's all great, we do beautiful stuff, but it is not easy to live like this. So it'll be good if you can tell us about your experience with this, both of you.
John.
Yeah, so you are very right, Amrita. Maybe about France you can tell, but in India, certainly not just me, I have so many friends, and just doing one work as a creative artist is very difficult to sustain, to have your bread and butter running. That does not mean that people are not doing. They are also adventuring or taking all risk and only doing that also. So I respect a lot that. But saying that also, it comes with different kind of experiences also, your choices and what you select as your choices. So for me, as I said that I began with exhibiting my work for 6, 7, 8 years. Initially I was exhibiting in art galleries and also able to sell the works at that time. But it also came with that realizing the space in which I was doing that, I didn't want to do that anymore there. Because the kind of the white cube gallery and and what it was providing and what it was limiting for me as an artist, I found it very limiting an experience. And that is where actually when I started making the books and doing writing stories and comics and children's book illustration, I realized how it is reaching out actually in the hands, whether of the children or adults or many other people. And I felt there is a value to it. Now it is difficult to sustain in India just doing illustration or writing books or creative books. So I am equally very much interested from very beginning into art education contest, and that is where slowly, and so now I also work with an institution, and I work full time. So from morning 10 o'clock to my 6 o'clock in Delhi is my office hours.
It's worth noting that one of the side effects of this kind of difficulty of making ends meet in India is that people have chosen the option of doing anthologies and collectives much more over here, because that allows you to do a one-shot story and still have a book come out of it, rather than derail yourself for 3 years with a tiny little advance that is not going to cover your life.
Yeah,
so that
exactly.
is,
I was just coming to that One is the job aspect, but also realizing that you are not doing it alone, and also as you are learning the medium. So some of us together came, 4 of us friends in 2015, and we initiated a collective for publishing independent comics and picture books and zine, which we call Blue GAlf. Please, you can check it on Instagram and website. And that is where we started publishing independent short comics, like some of it is, I think, in the running there, and it can be also there. And not just one person, not just 4 of us, but we started inviting many more contributors to that. And as a collective, it becomes an interesting space because we are regularly meeting and discussing comics there and publishing.
Yeah, being an artist of comics in France is not that easy too. As you know, I'm Rotarian, so there's a different level of people, and depends of the way you do comics in France. For sure, there's more publication, there's more publishers, the market is bigger for sure, and people are more involved to buy comics, to offer comics to everybody, but really depends on what you do, in fact. And for me, in my position, like you say, always doing that, you know. After school, I was involved with little publishing. I was starting to do like coloring, just colors for other people, and start little by little publishing my own things, you know. But I'll always have this position of doing comics all day, all time, all my life. And if it's not money, this is not money, you know.
Yeah.
I reduce my life, you know. That's all. I'm living in a jungle, as you said.
But Trubs, you have very handsome books. Would you be qualified as a mainstream author or a more independent author in France? How are you perceived in France?
Yeah, more independent, between two levels, you know. I'm always doing the gap, always moving into these 2 parts of things, you know. Some of books are really well published, you know, big publisher, and some are little independent publisher. Because I want just to do my own things, you know. And slowly by slowly, it's. I really think that doing comics is a very hard time practicism, you know. You have to do that every day, to be fast, to be efficient. So you need a long time to do it.
The city that they were in, Angoulême, it has a bookshop which is devoted entirely to visual books and to comics. And just to get a sense of what are the kind of numbers, this shop dedicated entirely to comics sells 75,000 titles a year. That is the kind of numbers that we are talking about difference between people's buying habits with things. I have one last question, after which I'll leave it to you all to ask what you will of any of us. First of all, is there a unique French gaze or an Indian gaze? And maybe you can answer that about each other rather than about yourself. And one particular thing that I can vouch for vis-a-vis my own work is I did 3 books, largish books, in 10 years sitting in France. And all 3 books were incredibly anchored in India. And in a sense, the fact of being far away or being geographically removed from home allowed me a very different gaze upon my own material and my own land. So both these, if you feel like sharing anything about these things, because when one is in a foreign land, in some ways, one is always weighing it against what one knows, which is from back home, measuring against what is known. So either of these themes, if you'd like to say anything, if there's a French gaze and an Indian gaze that you notice in each other.
Gaze, I don't know, but there's some strange, I think many people might have that kind of experience. So the first day I reached, so also it was January, like it was so cold in France. They sent me like on the 3rd of January I landed there. And it was so cold, I never seen this kind of cold in my life. And when I reached to Angoulême, which was like quite far, finally I reached there and I was so happy. I wanted to immediately I took out my camera and I made a reel kind of thing, a video. I wanted to show to my parents especially and my family, okay, I am here and look at the beauty, such a beautiful place. And I love everything. I kept narrating. I made a long video and I sent to them. And the answer came from, very beautiful beta, but log kahan hai? Where are the people? And suddenly, oh yeah.
I had a similar experience when my parents visited for the first time. They literally thought that there was a curfew. Like they didn't understand what was going on. There was absolutely no one to be seen.
it's a different question of gays, you know, Indian gays. I don't know, but I think it's more general Asian, you know, feeling. But you are more close to the animals and to the plants and to the nature in general, you know, which what we are in France or in Europe. And
You really think
I
so?
really think that I can feel that on the dogs on the street, on the, you know, on the birds. We are not afraid of people and whatever, you know, the cows and whatever, and the plants. There's something you are more respecting this.
What
these
happens in
things.
your jungle, dude? I mean,
I try to do that, you know.
okay.
Maybe I'd refocus on that because it's my sort of my focus, but I really appreciate it here, and I didn't know that I'm gonna feel that here when I arrive in India, but I feel it directly.
Would there be questions that you'd like to ask? And also, may I request that these books that have generously traveled into the audience, can somebody collect them and bring them back? I would be very grateful if you can do that. No. Okay, there are some hands going up. Is there a volunteer who can take it on the mic? Yeah. Actually, there's one hand at the back that was raised first.
Good morning, sirs, ma'am. What I wanted to ask is, one of the first graphic French novellas that I read was by Antoine Saint-Exupéry's The Little Prince. So I wanted to know whether he was an inspiration for you growing up. And also, in general, I want to know your takes and your opinions on
Antoine the Saint-Exupéry.
mangas, which is Japanese literature. So I wanted to know about that as well.
Yeah. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry is an important people, you know, but he's more viewed in France like a writer than a drawer, you know. He makes few drawings, but very nice and very beautiful, but he's really more like a poet and a writer, yeah.
Although I have to say that for me, he was a very, very big deal. So perhaps because we don't have a canonical separation between this is comics and this is illustrated books, for sure it may be a bit different over here.
Yeah. But he's not using comics language, in fact, you know, it's more illustration thing, you know. Comics is more mixing words and drawing together, you know, which is another sort of problematic language. And about the manga, now in France, you were talking about the publication in France in a bookshop and whatever, but half of the books are manga, you know.
Manga in translation.
Yeah, manga in translation is a huge thing as well, you know, like everybody here.
Yeah, and as I can see, maybe you are interested in, maybe you make also comics, or maybe you are making a comics. So manga is also a very huge tradition actually. It is not a singular kind of making. So within manga there are some very beautiful tradition which is called gekiga, which comes from 60s and late 50s, 60s and 70s. If you haven't explored, it will be beautiful to explore that side of manga, which is called gekiga, which come from everyday life experiences. Most of them are much like adult stories or everyday stories, and so very social context it is coming from.
You know that France is changing its relationship with manga also because in the very same Angoulême, which is like the pillar of, you know, canonical stuff, there is now a school that teaches manga. There is actually a manga school in France which is teaching.
Yeah, to have another production of manga, a French production, yeah, for
Also,
sure.
I'm sure. Any other questions? There is Lina here, right behind. Okay, yes, ma'am.
A couple of things. It's very lovely to see. I'm going to catch you because I write books for children. In fact, I was actually looking for a comic illustrator. I think I've come to the correct session.
He's the one.
I know. I'll think of you. I'll think of you as well. I can't afford you probably, but I also wanted to know whether your books have been translated to English for us to understand because they're fabulous.
Unfortunately, no, not yet.
And have you been influenced by the Asterix comics? Because I saw a couple of illustrations that look very straight from out of an Asterix comic. Asterix and Obelix.
Oh yeah, okay. Of course, it was one of my, you know, like I love it when I was a kid. For
yeah,
sure.
so I can see the influence a little bit in the book.
Certainly.
Yeah. And what did you do you said 9 to 5? You work somewhere?
Yeah. So there is a problem with.
No, it's not there. It's there.
No? Okay.
Go on.
Yeah. So I work with an organization called Art First Foundation. where we are into art education and we work very closely across India with the schools जहाँ बच्चे जाते हैं, and we work closely with teachers. We are doing teachers training towards art-based education. We do long 3 years training with the schools and also come up with very interesting, engaging curriculum. And how to unfold that, we have a small team of artist educators and we keep traveling and we work. So for that program, I am heading the program. I work there as director education. We are based in Delhi, but we work across India.
Can we have one question here, please? Yeah.
Yeah, so hi, thank you for this wonderful session. I'm Leena Vincent, I'm an art historian, and I also run a mentorship program with Sona Paramta. So I, sort of from looking at the work that was shown, I think that this, I want to ask about the possibility of talking about the very political in the space of the comic book. And I think this is open to all three of you because you have, looked at these subjects. So if you could comment on that.
I can say that in France, there's more and more political comics, happens since the last 20 years or 50 years, 15 years. There are more and more things like that, like documentary comics and more. We talk about Joe Sacco. We heard that, maybe this author, which is an American author, and is well translated in French, well known, and he makes a lot of little. Babies, sort of.
Yeah. Can we show today one or two examples so it will be easy to also talk about? Because can we switch off this slide so it will be more visible? Yeah, even this one. Actually, I don't know which one to show because all of them are politically charged. So, for example, can we go to Chudin? Maybe to begin with, and this is a comics here somewhere. Maybe it is traveling.
Can we have that?
Yeah. There is a small comics. It is traveling behind, and which is called Chudail. It is in Hindi, and also translation is available in English. Chudail, we are familiar with the term Chudail, right? Across India. And this is the comics, and basically it talks about Chudail, and Chudail being a Chudail, it can do anything, and that is why I was fascinated with this shapeshifter identity of a Chudail. And in this, it's a humorous comics, which here the Chudail actually enters into Brahman woman, middle age or old age Brahman woman's body, and then what all happens around in her life when a Chudail is living inside her and calling from inside, hey, Brahmani to kya kar rahi hai, na? Like that. Hey, so I'm talking about the politics can come in so many ways actually. It need not be only in a क्या वो पत्रकारिता की तरह लिखे, जर्नलिस्टिक मैनर में लिखे, that is also important. But I'm equally interested in writing in fiction and how in everyday life we see it happening around in our life. So, but then I also want to show you another example, which is before this or this one. So in this context, I want to talk about this is another short comics that I don't know if you know Professor G.N. Sai Baba. Many of you know. He recently passed away, and Professor G.N. Sai Baba was picked up by police and arrested, and it's a long story. And he was a 90% disabled who fought for people from various marginal castes and Adivasis. And for that reason, he was picked up under the Operation Green Hunt context. And from 2014 till just few months back, he was put in the jail. He was continuously refused his bail. In that context, when I came across one of a personal letter by his wife, who put a letter on Facebook in 2019, and as an appeal. And then I started researching about Professor Sai Baba, and you can go to Blue Jackal and read this comic. It puts together what the case, the Sai Baba case, and as an appeal. But also comics can take multiple form. It cannot limit to just I alone or anybody alone as a political thing. We cannot do it just as a alone thing. So once this comics was published, Professor Sai Baba's wife called me up. She didn't know me. She came to know through friends that I have done this. And she called me up and had a long chat, and she shared with me. She said, Lokesh, Professor Sai Baba has been writing poems from jail. And he had written more than 50 poems inside the jail, which are in English, and also translation are done in Hindi. And she shared all of them with me very generously. And immediately what I did was, actually I wrote to as many friends I knew that we should do something with these poems. And that was a Facebook time, not an Instagram time, if I remember. And then we all decided on a particular day, we took some 1 week time or something, including Orijit and so many people. And everybody reflected on Sai Baba's poem and started putting posts on that. So many ways we can act.
In interest of time, we have just 2 minutes
Sure.
left. I'm not going to take more questions. I actually, there is a few more minutes left. I actually wanted to ask Troops about something. France itself is also entering, like it used to be a bastion of free thought and people saying whatever they wanted to unchecked and being much more of an embracing place than it is right now. In the years going forth, how do you see your own work getting ready to meet the changing climate in your own country? What is it like?
About the changing climate. Yeah.
Political
Yeah.
climate.
Yeah. This is changing a lot, of course. Yeah, and quick and fast. And but we are doing some like usually we go on strike and we have a force and we talk a lot. You know, in France we have a lot of little way to talk in little way like that and right and left and that's it. So we still continue to do that, but the whole world is a bit changing like that, and it's a difficult thing, yeah, for sure.
Is there, we have probably got time for one, one question here.
Actually, I
2
wanted
minutes.
to ask a question to you, Amrita, and to you. How is the scene in India for comics changing? Because we went from reading Tinkle, Tenali Raman, and then there was a big gap where people didn't really read comics, and then people started reading Western comics and Japanese comics, as was said before. So how did we, like, where are we going now with comics such as yours, which I saw and I really liked, because that is something we can all relate to, that culture. So what do you think about that?
That's actually a fab question. Now, I had a different answer to give a year ago. Right now, I'm in the process of curating a visual storytelling exhibition with the Comics Museum in France. And I realized that there is so much that has happened in this country that we had no idea about. Like there were things happening in 1920s and 30s, but locked away in Bengali, locked away in Malayalam, locked away in languages that actually don't bother to even open up the doors in English to anybody. So there was a lot happening in comics. We had our grand masala mix years of all the Chacha Chaudharys and Bahadur and Bela and all these kind of yarns, adventure yarns, which also died out. And then in post-liberalization India, we had the age of the activist auteurs, which are foreign educated, writing in English, kind of people working in full-length graphic novel form. So you have, and they were interestingly published by big publishers. So Orijit, me, Vishwajyoti Ghosh, you had Parismita Singh, the whole bunch of us did that. I would like to say that we are booming, but the reality is that we are not booming because of the fiscal difficulties in being a comics author. Most people are doing anthologies, collectives, quietly sharing things on Instagram. There is a lot of Insta artists like the Bakery Prasads, like the Priyanka Paul, Art Horing, several people like that who are doing things for that medium. So I think there's a way to go, but it is probably not as economically tenable to be leading into a booming thing, even vis-a-vis the advances that we get from publishers.
Yeah. Can I add something to that?
Yes.
Amrita?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, of course, Amrita has given a kind of larger view, which is very important for all of us to know. But at the same time, as I can see, there is spark in your eyes. Maybe you also want to make comics. So make comics. Yeah, that is the beginning. And therefore, actually, many of us actually around some 8 years ago, 7 years ago, across India, who are making independent comics, we realized there is a difficulty. As such, everybody cannot reach out to big publishers, maybe they don't allow, or whatever difficulties, and there is a scope of independently publishing your self-published comics. Okay, even if you publish that, where are you going to show it? And that is where we all came together, started this umbrella kind of movement or an organization. It's not even organization, it's an umbrella called Indie Comics Fest, and now it is happening last 7 years across so many cities. And in the Delhi edition, some of us friends together, some of they are also sitting here, we all come together and we every year we organize that. In Bombay it is happening, in Kerala it is happening, Goa I think initially it happened once or twice, but why don't you start?
Is there one last question? That gentleman has been holding up his hand for a while. Yes. 5 minutes. Oh,
My
thanks.
question is to both of you. We've seen both of your artwork today in comics, and you have a very different. Both of you are different individuals, and you have different style of art. So how has that influenced your art in like currently, and how has that translated into your collaboration?
I think they kind of spoke a little bit about that, no? I think that part has been addressed. Is there anything you'd like to add to that? Troops, is there?
Maybe we can meet you after this also if you like to speak with us.
Probably.
Of course,
Yeah,
there's
for
a room for that, and हमारे पास कुछ काम ही नहीं है इसके बाद आजकल हम ये है ना सब लोग हम मिल सकते हैं, बट हाँ कोलैबोरेशन के लिए हम वो टेबल पे शाम को बैठते हैं वहाँ.
I think we are through with time. Thank you so much for your attention and for being here. And I know it's nearing lunch, so thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Lokesh. Thank you, Troops. And I hope you keep making beautiful work.
Thank you so much, Amrita, and thank you all of you and the institution for inviting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
First thing you do is because you're going to start speaking English.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a feeling maybe
Okay.
somewhere
Yeah. Yeah, you have to do it. Yeah, for sure. Go in the middle.
In people's memories.
Oh, okay.
Thank
yes, memories are forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to be preserved.
Very powerful. I'm looking forward to this one.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, am I on? Is it on? Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session on building of a nation. Dr. Pushkar is here, and we are still looking for our writer.
He's around. He's very much around.
Hi. We'll just give it a minute and then start. We have this irritating habit of starting on time. Yeah, but yeah, otherwise everything else gets delayed.
Yeah, yeah.
No? Hi, Aparajit. Hi, welcome, welcome. I'll give you a minute to take a breath. I welcome you all on behalf of the 13th edition of GAlf, which is Goa Art and Literature Festival. And GAlf, and on behalf of the ICG, International Centre Goa. This festival is put together by a GAlf team, which is Vivek, Bhai Damodar Mauzo, and Mr. Yatin Kakurkar, who's the president of the ICG, and also by the Goa writers. Goa writers are 60 or 70 of us. I'm one of them. And it was started by Victor Angel Ribeiro, who put out his first novel at the young age of 82. So that is, age is just a number, we all know that. But I'm mentioning it, making a mention of it, because to encourage you and inspire you to write at any age and on any subject, fiction or non-fiction. Today we have with us this afternoon Aparajit Ramnath. Have I got it right? Okay, thank you. He's an award-winning historian of science, technology, and business. He's the author of 2 books, Engineering a Nation, The Life and Career of M. Visvesvaraya, a biographical study of an iconic engineer and public intellectual who played a key role in modern Indian history and the birth of an Indian profession, engineers, industry, and the state. A pioneering history of engineers in late colonial India. He has also produced several research papers and book chapters and written for Scroll, The Wire, The Hindu, and 52.in. Professor Ramnath was initially trained as an electrical engineer at BITS Pilani and later as a historian of science and technology at Oxford University and Imperial College London. He has been an international scholar of the Society for the History of Technology, a Charles Wallace India Trust Grant awardee, a Sangam House Writing Fellow, and a recipient of the Young Historian of Science Award from the Indian National Science Academy. So big round of applause for our speaker this evening. In conversation is Dr. Pushkar. He's the Director and Chief Executive of the International Centre Goa, where we are now. He's the co-author of Democracy, Civil Society and Health in India, and has published journals, articles, and book chapters on Chilean politics and health sector reforms, democracy and public goods provision in India, and India's higher education. Dr. Pushkar has written 150 plus op-eds and essays on India's higher education for the Hindu, Hindustan Times, Indian Express, International Higher Education, Mint, Rajasthan Patrika in Hindi, Scroll, Telegraph, Times Higher Education, The Wire, and others. His views on India's higher education have been cited in Nature Index, Science, The, and elsewhere. A 2015 Forbes India article Minds That Should Matter, should in brackets, listed him as one of India's 24 thinkers who best explain a rapidly changing India to the world and the world to India for his writings on higher educations. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us today.
Thank you, Hilda.
And a warm welcome. I'll leave the floor to you now.
Okay, so first things first, Project, thank you so much for coming. As soon as I knew that the book was out, I thought you had to come, and we have so many festivals to go to, so many choices. So thank you for coming to Goa. First, I have a quick announcement. A bunch of students at the back. If you have my cell number, you have an unfair advantage. But however, the first 3 people who send me a WhatsApp message, if you want a signed copy of the book, the first 3 will get a signed copy of the book immediately after this program, right outside. Okay, so you have to find my number, which means you will have to go out. Don't do that. Please stay in. But if you are interested in the book, send me a WhatsApp message and you'll receive a signed copy by a Project himself. I just thought I would, the way we are going to organize the next 45-50 minutes is something like this. I'll just introduce the person, Vishwesvaraya, very quickly in a sentence, and then Aprajit will read part of the introduction, a shortened, abbreviated version of the introduction, and then we'll go to questions that I have come prepared with. And then finally, we hope there will be some time for our audience questions. So what I wanted to read to you was this. This is about a man. If you have picnicked in the Brindavan gardens alongside the Krishna Rajsagar Dam near Mysuru, if you have studied in Bengaluru's Indian Institute of Science or Mumbai's Institute of Chemical Technology, if you lived through the heyday of the Planning Commission, if you are a cultivator in the vicinity of Pune, if you are a Hyderabadi whose drinking water is supplied by the lakes Himayat Sagar and Osman Sagar, or if you swear by Mysore sandal soap, which I did when I was growing up, you have experienced directly a part of Vishwesvaraya's legacy. Please take over.
Thank you so much, Pushkar. Am I audible? Thank you. Thanks for the kind invitation, and Pushkar has asked me to come here before, and thankfully my son is now old enough that I can come away for a few days, and so I'm really delighted to finally be here, Pushkar, and thank you so much to the organizers of GAlf for this opportunity. I've been to a few literary festivals, as you mentioned, this year. It's my first time, and I can safely say that this is one of the most sort of intimate and cozy festivals where you can really easily move from one session to the other and enjoy, sort of luxuriate in the discussions in a way that's not possible always in other places. So thanks for the opportunity. What I'm going to do, as Pushkar said, is to read a highly abridged version of the introduction so that you get a flavor of the book, but also so that we lay out the sort of broad timeline about this individual and why he's worth studying. Mokshagundam Vishwesvaraya was easily the most famous Indian engineer of the 20th century, but he was also much more. 6 decades after his death, there is scarcely a walk of life in India that does not bear in some form the imprint of his work, not only as civil engineer, but also as public administrator, constitutional analyst, and economic thinker. He just read out the part where I mentioned that there are so many aspects of everyday life, right from what soap we use to the kinds of 5-year plans that shaped the economy of India for a long time, to various dams and irrigation systems that bear the mark of his work. Vishwesvaraya was born in a village near Bangalore in 1861, around the time the British Crown took over from the East India Company. He began his career as a public works engineer in the Bombay Presidency, where he spent a quarter of a century. And this is really crucial because a lot of people today identify him primarily as a figure from Bangalore and Karnataka, but he was really an all-India figure, and that's something that I'm arguing in this book. As a government engineer and later as a consultant, He contributed to the design, building and maintenance of large irrigation works, dams and urban water supply and drainage schemes across the length and breadth of the subcontinent. In his late 40s, he accepted the position of chief engineer and then Diwan or prime minister of the princely state of Mysore, his home state. There he pursued ambitious public works projects as part of a program to industrialize the state and rationalize its administration. He was instrumental in the inauguration of a gigantic multipurpose dam project on the river Kaveri, the institution of the first university in princely India, the establishment of several industries in the state, most notably an iron factory, and the founding of a bank and a chamber of commerce in Mysore. In retirement, he placed himself on the All India stage. In addition to being on a number of committees related to engineering and technical education, he developed a distinctive vision for national development. He was one of the pioneering proponents of economic planning and a tireless campaigner for rapid industrialization. He publicized his ideas through a series of books, including Reconstructing India, 1920, Planned Economy for India, 1934, and Nation Building, 1937. Scholars have argued that Visvesvarayya's vision, with its emphasis on large-scale industry, technical education and planning, formed a precursor to Nehru's nation-building program after independence. And both men were they shared a lot of common ideas, although they fell out a little bit in the immediate aftermath of independence. The broad sort of similarities in their vision really stand out much more than the differences. Both of them were part of the same cohort that received the Bharat Ratna in 1955. Visvesvarayya lived more than 100 years. He was born in 1861 and died in 1962. His life, therefore, mirrored the emergence of the modern Indian nation. He was born soon after the uprising of 1857. He came of age as colonial rule reached its zenith. He was in his 20s when the Indian National Congress was formed, in his 50s when World War I challenged colonial rule, and nearly 70 when Mahatma Gandhi led the epochal Salt March to Dandi. By the time he was done with life, Visvesvarayya had witnessed not just the coming of independence, but also the first 3 general elections and the first 2 5-year plans of the new republic. Today, he is enjoying a resurgence as a national icon. His memory is invoked frequently in the context of nation building. His birthday is celebrated every day as Engineers Day, 15th September, in case any aspiring engineers in the audience. Metro rail stations have been named after him in Delhi and Bangalore. A swanky new air-conditioned railway station in Bayappanhalli in Bangalore has also been named after him. Educational institutions across the land bear his name, so do new government schemes. And in Karnataka, he's long been deified. There are statues, busts and portraits of him to be found in public parks, residential localities, street corners, shops, factories, institutions of various kinds. Even Google did a doodle on his birthday in 2018. Now, part of Visvesvarayya's appeal lies in his image as an apolitical, technocratic champion of development. Technological solutions to challenges of governance enjoy wide popularity today. At the same time, there's increasing public debate on the limits of such visions, at least, not least from the viewpoint of sustainability and environmental concerns. Are large multipurpose dams the best way or the only way to serve the aims of electricity generation and irrigation? Is large-scale industrialization the only route to poverty alleviation? And to what extent is economic autarky or self-reliance necessary or useful for a nation? In this context, the need for a deeper understanding of Visvesvarayya's life and a nuanced appreciation of his legacy in all its shades is growing more urgent. There are other reasons too why we should do a reappraisal of his career. Despite his renewed ubiquity as an icon, he remains a cipher to most Indians, at least outside Karnataka. Could I just can we do a show of hands? How many of you have heard of Visvesvarayya before this? Okay, so that's a good chunk of, I'd say at least 15-20 hands were raised. And depending on where in India we go, the name recall is immense. But beyond the sort of basic details of what the projects he's associated with, there's little that we know in the public sort of the public domain. We're all familiar with his, or all of us who raised our hands are familiar with his frail, unsmiling, turbaned visage, but tend to know few details of his career and contributions. When he's highlighted, he's seen in narrow terms as an ingenious engineer and or as an uncompromising administrator. But there were other dimensions to his life. He was also an important figure in India's political history. one who deserves to be studied, I argue, as seriously as Nehru, Gandhi, Ambedkar, Tilak or Bose. He was deeply involved in the vital constitutional debates of the day. He negotiated with viceroys and maharajas. He played an important role in the fortunes and outlook of the princely states. In many ways, he was an honorary member of the Indian liberals, the intellectual descendants of Dadabhai Naoroji and M.G. Ranade. He was a close associate of moderate Congress leaders such as Gopal Krishna Gokhale, Madan Mohan Malviya and M.R. Jayakar, working closely with the last two to push for a roundtable conference in the interwar years. Now, even the engineering side of Visvesvarayya's career requires deeper analysis. He's popularly thought of as the greatest or even the first modern Indian engineer. But in fact, as I know from my earlier research, there were several other accomplished engineers in the profession, both before and during and after his lifetime. So how do we understand and account for his larger-than-life image as an engineer? Another question that's important is, in what specific ways did his career as an engineer shape his ideas on industrialization, economic development, and social reform? So the first half of his life, he's a professional engineer, and the second half, he becomes a kind of public intellectual, advocate for planning, and so on. And so one of the key concerns of the book is to trace the links between these two parts of his career. Finally, we know little about the man, about his strengths and his foibles, the conflicts and negotiations involved in his career. Icons are always in danger of becoming caricatures, and so it's been in Visvesvarayya's case. The public's understanding of his historical role is shaped largely by reverential and even hagiographic accounts, anecdotal history, and to some extent by his own very reticent autobiographical writings. Placed in the pantheon of national heroes, he has ceased to be a person. So if we are to do justice to Visvesvarayya's life and career, we must peel back the layers of the public persona. What made this idealistic and fastidious personality tick, who seldom appeared in public without a full suit, white leather shoes and Mysore peta, turban, who was almost never photographed smiling, who refused to meet visitors without an appointment, who apparently shirked publicity as a person while publicizing his ideas throughout his life? What gave him his unshakable belief in the possibility of turning India, with its bewildering diversity of peoples, into a melting pot? These were some of the questions I wanted to explore. I decided I'd pay close attention to the engineering side of his life, which most popular accounts tend to skim over very quickly. I wanted to look at Visvesvarayya's training, his possible influences, his philosophy of irrigation, and how these influenced his later economic thinking, as I mentioned. Second, I wanted to stress the historical context in which he worked. Rather than portraying him as a timeless genius who descended fully formed onto the earth, I wanted to understand the prevailing trends in engineering and how his work fit into that story. Third, I wanted to bring to life the intellectual and official engagements with other people that shaped his life. So in the book, I spend a lot of time talking about his industrialist friends, his bureaucratic colleagues and subordinates, the teachers of his youth, the divans of Mysore who preceded him, and the royals of Mysore under whom he worked. And finally, I decided that the book's narrative would be firmly anchored in primary sources. As the scholar Chandan Gowda has noted often, myths and unverifiable stories about Visvesvarayya abound. Many of us have received WhatsApp forwards about Visvesvarayya of various kinds. One of them goes like this. He is traveling in a train in the middle of the night, and then suddenly, out of the blue, he pulls the chain. And then this British officer comes walking down and says, "Who are you? Why did you do this? And how dare you do this?" and so on. And then he says, "I could hear from the sound of the vibrations that there's a crack in the track ahead of us." Right? So that's the tenor in which we remember our major figures. And really, I wanted to go beyond that. The basic facts of his life have also become fuzzy over many retellings. The classic case of Chinese whispers. I resolved early on, therefore, to prioritize contemporary sources such as newspaper reports, official documents, letters, and memos while triangulating between them. I found such sources in archives and institutions in Delhi, Bangalore, Mysore, Mumbai, and London. I retraced his footsteps, spending time in all of the cities where he worked, get a sense of atmosphere, spoke to those who had known him, and thought about his legacy. Counterfactuals are never easy, but it's hard to imagine Indian history without Mokshagundam Visvesvarayya. His legacies are many and varied. His story is also the story of irrigation in the subcontinent, of princely India in a time of great flux, of technology and industrialization in an incipient nation, of the conundrum of what it meant to be a scientific Indian. that is the story that this book tries to tell.
Thank you, Aprajit, for the introduction to Vishweswari. You mentioned 15, 20 hands, which would mean about maximum about 20% of people in this hall right now heard the name. So we'll go easy with things, with what we talk about. So any book, I think, and first of all, thank you for writing the book. And I think all of us owe you something for writing this book, because like everyone else, I had only heard of the name. I knew there were educational institutions named after him, but other than that, I never bothered to know more. And this book completely fills that gap. So thank you very much. Any book to me is as much about the subject of the book as the author. So we are going to begin with a couple of quick questions about you and the writing of this book. So two very quick questions. You studied engineering, and this is happening more and more these days, is it not? You get a degree in engineering because your parents want you to, and then go on to do economics, which was common, or MBA, which was also quite common. But these days, engineers are going into history. Why? What's wrong with you guys? I mean, that's one way of looking at it. But the question is this. Your first book is an academic book on the engineering profession, published with Oxford University Press many years ago. And as I recall, when we first met, maybe at that time you were still writing that book, the first book, and we were talking, or in the second meeting sometime after that, you mentioned that your second book is going to be a history of the engineering profession post-independence. And that never happened. Instead, you had this book. But the important thing here is that in this book, you are making this transition from academic writing, writing on history of India, one aspect of it, and you make that huge leap to writing for the mass audience. I mean, although I'm not sure this is an airport book, but it's 700 pages, but about 500 pages of text. The rest is references and footnotes and such.
It's a mass market. There's a lot of mass in the book.
So, tell me how difficult was it? Because when I read the book, I said, I can never write like this. I mean, and I do write for newspapers, so simplified kind of writing. But this is great writing too.
Thank you. Thank you, Pushkar. That's really music to my ears, because to be accepted, to be accepted as a writer and not just as a researcher or as a conveyor of information is always something that has been important to me. Of course, you can't really separate the two things. They're in a field like history, how you communicate your research and your arguments is tied in with style, with questions of style and expression. So I don't think you can separate the two. But thank you, firstly. Just going back to what happened after the first book. I think the first book really helped me in many ways. Just learning the ropes, learning the craft of doing historical research, and I retained that obsession with wanting to make sure that every claim or every interpretation is fully justifiable, based on evidence that can be verified by somebody else if they choose to do so. And in that way, I think it laid a wonderful foundation. But I always aspired, as a child, I aspired to write. I didn't know what I would write about. I tried writing stories at some point, realized I had no imagination whatsoever, and then figured out that this was the kind of subject. Yes, this is the kind of subject that, or the kind of form that allows you to exercise some amount of creativity and try to bring in some aesthetic concerns, while also using what one knows about doing research and so on. So how did it happen? After finishing the first book, I think many people probably have this predicament that you've finished the first book and you have no idea what's going to happen later. What are you going to do next? Is it ever going to? Are you ever going to find a project worthy of your attention? In the sense that, not by saying worthy of your attention, I don't mean in a condescending way. I mean something that you're willing to put time into and spend years of your life doing. And so in a very vague way, you're required to say in various job applications and other things what your next book is going to be about. And so I said, yes, most probably I'm going to extend this story. The first book was a history of the engineering profession from 1900 to 47. So I said, look, I'm going to look at how engineering and industrialization are tied in post-independence India. But I'm glad that I didn't get around to doing that immediately, because I think it would have been rather drab and boring in the sense that it's very difficult to do. I think there's a reason why there are so few books, historical treatments of post-independence India. It's to do with the paucity of archival records and various other challenges. And I would love to tackle that at some stage, but I think maybe later on. The Vishwesvaraya thing was, it came up in this way, his name would keep popping up in the sources that I was looking at during my first project. And I realized that here was this, extraordinary individual in many ways, but there's something deeply frustrating about, firstly, the lack of depth of what we knew about him, and also the kind of, the one-dimensional portrait that one sort of encountered. And I was really curious, I wanted to dig deeper. But for the reasons you mentioned, I assumed that this was something I wouldn't have the skills to write until much later, maybe second, third, fourth book, assuming I have the opportunity to do that. But having said that, I think I wrote a few articles, and I had intended to write about him, but it so happened that just as my first book came out, an editor at Penguin read one of my articles and asked me if I would write on him, and it was real serendipity in that sense. So of course I jumped at it. I said that I'm not going to wait until later. And so I really learned on the job. It took me 7 years on this project. That doesn't mean I was writing every day of those 7 years, but really solving a lot of problems as to how do you structure a book like this? How do you keep it from being a great man narrative? How do you bring in context? How do you convey? Because there's a whole lot of information, right? You're covering 100 years. You want to give a sense of the detail of his work and his contributions, but at the same time, there has to be a narrative thread to it. There has to be certain arguments to it. There's no point just saying here was his life. I mean, ultimately people want to say, okay, why should we care? I mean, why do we care about him? So all of that I think was a fascinating experience, and maybe we can talk more about that as we go along.
Yeah. Did you consider an alternative title? And I was thinking about it, engineering a nation. I thought, did you consider building a nation as a potential, alternative title? Because Vishwesvaraya was all about building things, right? I mean, a lot of it is his administrative career and his career as an engineer, etc. But I'll just say that in passing. But I want to go to something else, which is we were talking earlier about Vishwesvaraya as a technocrat, and I was telling Aprajit that look, in the 1980s, 90s, there was another term invented for people with an engineering economics background or health background who were who came to play prominent roles in national or state level politics, and that was technopop, which is a technocrat who becomes a politician. So we were talking about it, and Aprajit said, well, he did have a political role. I mean, he was the Dewan of Mysuru. But we are talking about people who actually contested politics. And in South America, there were so many of them from the 1980s onwards, people who studied engineering or economics and entered politics. So in a sense, we could even think of Vishwesvaraya as one of the first technopoles in that sense. I mean, even though he was never contested elections, but he was appointed to political positions, and he was interested in that, the administrative part of things. Where do you see him? I mean, if you had to privilege one role over the other, engineer, administrator, planner, somebody who stood for compulsory education, and there were significant achievements in that direction too. His political role is, of course, a bit more limited. I mean, much more limited compared to his other achievements. His role in furthering the cause of education, among other things.
So thank you, Pushkar. I think I do say in the book he's he inaugurates a long line of technocratic thinking in the Indian context. I mean, today we are very familiar with the idea of and technocracy has generally a a fascination for most of us. We say, okay, here's someone who's trained as an economist, who's trained as an engineer. They're going to come in and become finance minister, or they're going to come in. There's a kind of a dichotomy in our heads between venal, uneducated politicians as a stereotype on the one hand, and sort of educated and careful experts on the other. Of course, it's not as cut and dried as that, but he was clearly one of the first people who embodied those two roles in one person, a person who was clearly well known for his technical achievements, but who also then had positions of political authority for a long time. He was Diwan of Mysore, as you said, from 1912 to 1918. And then he was also behind the scenes in many of major political events of interwar India between the two world wars. I see technocrats and technopoles, as you have defined them, as being on a continuum, because they both have in common the assumption that someone who's trained in a subject, technical subject, need not only be to do with science and technology, but any sort of organized body of knowledge would make a good policy maker. The difference seems to lie in the fact that a technocrat, a classic technocrat, gets into position of power without winning an election, whereas the technopole sort of goes one step further and fights an election. Often the line is thin because, as we know, you can fight an election from a safe constituency and just be put in a position of power if it's required, right? So I think it's really the same phenomenon. He's coming of age at a time when, in fact, the origins of the word technocracy lie around the time that he's emerging as a technocrat. It really originates from the United States, where a movement was created by a bunch of engineers. First, there was the writing of the social theorist Thorstein Veblen, and then he thought about the role of the engineer in society, and then there was a bunch of engineers who argued that engineers must be in charge of industry and government. There was a sort of wild autodidact engineer among them. There were more scholarly people. It was a small group of people, and they were coming up with this idea. And it's actually that movement which has then given its name to technocracy as a larger concept. These people were active in the 1920s and 30s, exactly at the time when Visvesvaraya is making the transition from being an engineering figure to a political figure. And this is not just coincidence, because he's very much in tune with international trends. He undertook 6 long foreign tours in his life at a time when, of course, you had to go by ship. You would spend several months or years. He went to Japan in 1898
Twice, I think.
and 1919. He went across Europe and in North America 3 or 4 times in 1908, 1926, 1935, again in the 1940s. So he went and looked up Herbert Hoover, his fellow engineer, who was yet to become president of the United States in the 1920s. And so he was very much part of this emerging trend of engineers coming to positions of influence across the world, because this was the time when engineering as a profession was actually becoming formalized anywhere across the world, from the late 19th century to the 1920s. That's the sort of time when engineering is becoming formalized. Some of my colleagues have noted very interesting that the moment of astounding convergence in the 1920s or so, when 4 or 5 heads of state across the world have an engineering background. Right? So this is a fascinating context in which he emerges. And I think what he's really sort of bringing to the table is this idea that somebody who is not from the traditional backgrounds of law or literature, like most political figures in India at that time had, could then come into this kind of a role. When he became Diwan of Mysore, it raised a huge...
But you also had a bachelor's degree.
That's an excellent point. So, do you want me to talk about that now?
Sure.
So Visvesvaraya did his engineering training for a 2-year course called licentiate but he was already a and he's not just doing engineering in the sense of structures, but having a blueprint for what society must look like. Everything that he does in his engineering career right from the start, and this is not just retrospective sort of projection that I'm doing, you can really see it. Everything that he's doing from the start is how can engineering be used to address some kind of social or economic problem. Now we can agree or disagree with his diagnosis of the economic problem and what solutions he proposed, but it was always for him a part of a larger project, and perhaps that comes from that early exposure.
You have a sentence right at the last chapter, which is, above all, he was an Indian engineer who stood up for himself in a world of racial prejudice. I think that's saying something, because and the fact that you also talk a little bit about how he was liberal in that sense, but when it came to actually making policy or doing things, he was pretty much, I mean, you would have to be. And I said, look, that is something when I get in my current position. Could you just elaborate a bit on that?
So thank you. The first part of your question was about the context in which Vishweshwaraya comes of age as a public works engineer. Now I'll just say a little bit about the context of the engineering profession when he joins it in the 1880s. Engineering as a professional discipline in India at that time is essentially two things, public works and railways. And there's of course military engineers, but they are related to public works. And the way in which, I won't go into detail, but the way in which the public works department was staffed was that the top echelons of the profession were comprised almost entirely of people, of British engineers coming directly from London or from the India office in London and taking up positions at the officer level. And it was the subordinates and the lower ranks that were made up of Indians. And they would be trained in the few Indian engineering colleges that existed at that time, Roorkee, Pune, and Shibpur near Calcutta, and Gindi in Madras. So, and the Indians who made it to the PWD as an officer engineer, were very few. So, for example, in Vishweshwaraya's program, the LCE, only the top graduate in the entire program would be given an appointment as an assistant engineer in the public works department, and that's how he got it. That meant, in theory, that you were an officer like the other British engineers. But in practice, even if you did the same kinds of work, you got paid less, about 2/3 of the salary, and you didn't have many other privileges. And there were very few Indians, of course, who rose to the top ranks. That changed in the 1930s and 40s, but in Vishweshwaraya's career, when he enters, that's really the situation. And there's a lot of hand-wringing about what kinds of work can Indian engineers do. Right? And there's an ideal of a public works engineer, which is really built on the public school alumnus of an English public school. And what they're stressing is this person needs to be a gentleman, he needs to be a generalist, he needs to be capable of doing many kinds of different things, a bridge one day, a road one day, pylons for a reception for the visiting viceroy another day. He needs to be a magistrate, he needs to be a manager of accounts. But most of all, they were not so concerned about technical abilities. In fact, they said, oh, these Indians, they're really good at solving differential equations, but that doesn't help. What we need is character. And this character was a nebulous and elusive thing which could be defined as you pleased. But really it meant taking responsibility, taking decisions without waiting necessarily for approval from your superior who could be hundreds of kilometers away, and various other kinds of intangible attributes. Now this is of course a caricature. It doesn't mean that every interaction was fraught. Vishweshwaraya himself, I argue in the book, was treated very, very well. I mean, he got on very well with his bosses, and some of them were very considerate with him. But that could also be partly due to the fact that he had imbibed several aspects of the cultural code himself. Shiv Vishwanathan has a very interesting line in one of his articles where he says, Vishweshwaraya if you go below the turban, he was an Englishman. You know, so that's how it was.
Okay, we'll try to give about 10 minutes to the audience. So I'll leave out the masso sandal soap story for now. But actually, it's more of an observation, okay. So it's something like this. When we look at Vishwesvaraya and the opportunities he got, he lived in India, colonial India at a particular period of time. He was able to get education in English. He was able to go. He was bright and therefore became an engineer and all that. So the context always matters. What was happening in his part, in an individual's part of the country at a given time. And these days, when you think of the lines that we are drawing in contemporary India, Hindus, Muslims, seculars, liberal or religious, north-south, Goans, non-Goans, if I may add, cosmopolitans and provincials, and we say, well, this part of India is different, that is different, this is doing badly, this is doing well, this community is like this, that community is like this, we are different from them, and all those things. It bothers me quite a bit, and the reason it does is because on the one hand we say that history matters, geography matters, and it matters for a nation, but it also matters for different parts of the nation, right? So, the history, colonial India was not one thing. You had direct rule and indirect rule. You had different patterns of land ownership. The kind of access you would have to education or health would be different. In fact, a classic article by Abhijit Banerjee, who was here a couple of years ago for the keynote address from 2005, where he and a colleague of his look at property rights in colonial India to explain economic development outcomes post-independent India. So we are really going back that far back to say that, look, if we look at health outcomes even, other studies by him and his colleagues, which is health outcomes, education outcomes, economic development outcomes, a lot of it has to do with what happened back then, what the British decided, whether it was direct rule, how property rights were distributed, right? So these dichotomies, what I'm getting at is these dichotomies work for individuals, or these differences work for individuals as they do for communities, right? How do you react to that? How would you reflect on that? The fact that, Vishwesvaraya was able to become what he did because he was not in Madhya Pradesh, right? Far from the closest port, far from, say, the British presence, direct presence, and so on. The role of history in understanding the present.
No, of course, I think that's one of the things that I'm trying to establish throughout is that, what is the interplay between the classic question of agency versus structure, right? When you understand a person's life, how much of it is determined by some special individual qualities and how much of it is determined by, or at least influenced by, the opportunities, social structures around them, the political moment in which they're working, and so on. And there's no doubt that, his life was shaped by many many things that were happening at a particular time. He came of age he was one of the first generations to get this Western style education. Engineering degrees were becoming possible from the 1850s onwards, and he gets his in the 1880s. He's also coming of age at a time when Mysore has gone from direct British rule until 1881 to what is called the rendition. Which is turning it back to the Maharajas, the Wadiyars, and which opened up a space, as in many other princely states.
Greater accountability.
Greater autonomy, certainly.
Autonomy.
Greater autonomy from the colonial rule, and so you could have an Indian becoming chief engineer, you could have an Indian becoming Diwan or prime minister in a way that you can't in other parts of India. So certainly that plays a big role, but his life takes him to many different contexts. He spends, as I said, 25-30 years of his life in Bombay Presidency, which is very much a part of British India. He does projects and of course Bombay Presidency at that time includes Sindh, so he's doing projects in Sakhar. He's traveling. He goes to Aden, which is under military control of British India. He's really influenced by currents both Mysorean and non-Mysorean. He's also, he does projects in several other parts of India. He goes to Hyderabad in 1908 in the aftermath of a devastating flood of the river Musi, and he's invited by the Nizam, and he spends several months there. And the result of his recommendations are the building of these big dams, the Himayat Sagar and Osman Sagar, as flood control measures. And then he keeps going back for 20 or 30 years with drainage schemes and city improvement schemes and all kinds of modernization schemes. But most interestingly, I think his intellectual influence is a very, very important component of it was the years he spent in Pune. He was headquartered in Pune for about 14 years. Out of the 25 years he was in Bombay Presidency, and he was a very close associate of, as I mentioned in the introduction, of M.G. Ranade, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, and others of their ilk, who saw themselves as liberals in the sense of the British Liberal Party, and so they believed in certain things. They believed in, of course, constitutional forms of protest. In their case, they believed in, of course, the rights of the individual, private property, but also certain kinds of economic arguments, which is to do with the importance of state intervention to promote local industry, the importance of moving from agriculture to industry, classic tenet of Ranade's thinking, Naroji's thinking, and you can see that echoed very, very clearly in Visvesvarayya's thinking. And all of them get together and found a club they call the Deccan Club.
Deccan Club, with which we have an affiliation.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. So the Deccan Club is right next to Sarasbagh in Pune. For those of you who know Pune, it's an old Peshwa era hunting chalet converted into a club. And it was established by Visvesvarayya and Ranade and Gokhale and many other people of their ilk. And the idea was that to discuss all of these things. So, in fact, in 1908, when he goes to London, Visvesvarayya applies to become a member of the National Liberal Club, which is a nice pad in Westminster where visiting Indians and many other people like to have their base. And he gets recommended by a couple of people, one of whom is Gokhale, who says, I know this person and he's a liberal in politics. And in the 1920s, lo and behold, Visvesvarayya is involved in drafting a constitution for dominion status for India. Very few people know this because he didn't put his name to it. It was advertised by Jayakar. Visvesvarayya said, I don't want to be identified with it. But this was very similar to what turned out to be the Nehru Report of 1928, for instance, right? It shared some common principles. So, long story short, I think he is a person who's shaped by several things, by his fascination with, by his sort of the British aspect of his acculturation in colonial institutions, the Wesleyan Mission High School in Bangalore, the Central College in Bangalore, the Engineering College in Pune, by the fact that he works in this kind of environment in the Public Works Department, by his exposure to Maharashtra, Sindh, Karnataka, Hyderabad, different sort of regions, but most importantly by his fascination with foreign examples or exemplars, and his fascination with Japan in particular and the United States. And of course he shares this with many Indians at that time who talk about how Japan can form, can be a model for a non-Western country modernizing itself. And so he's fascinated by all of these examples, and so he's really a very international figure. Of course, one can have other sort of critiques in the sense that his idea of modernization was rather extreme. Right? It involved making cities homogeneous, making them look the same around the world, riverfront projects, all kinds of things which look rather utopian to us today and sometimes problematic. But in his time, I think it was remarkable how progressive he sounded compared to many of his contemporaries with respect to various social problems, caste, gender, the format of the family, birth control, what have you. So he's really bringing that that scientific worldview, what Nehru would later call scientific temper, to bear on national life, I think.
Thank you, Aparajit. I think we have about 8 minutes, maybe 2 questions, but just before that, send me an SMS. The first 3 get a free copy of the book signed by Aparajit. Applies to students only. You can try if not enough students apply, then others can get it. Questions? Oh, I'm happy to continue, but
There's a question there.
No, it's a very welcome biography because this sort of literature, there aren't too many books on public sort of servants of engineering nature, etc. But I had just one thinking that, I'm sure you've heard of Jairam Ramesh, who's also got great Karnataka relations. He, in his last 5 or 7 years or 8 years, has not on engineering, but he's done some biographies of a real biographical nature in terms of not hagiographies or not just praising them, but has sketched these individuals out, sort of sharply put their contributions as also limitations, as also the fact that they were working with other powers that be, etc. So similarly, if you, and they are useful, they're a little different from your kind of interest on engineering innovation, but I was wondering on 3 things or 2 things. One is, what's Vishweshwarya's social background and his family kind of rootedness into this, which pulls him so close to Mysore rulers? That's number one. I mean, they must have imposed a lot of trust in him, and he made a career out of that. The second is, which was this steel and iron and steel industry which he founded? Does it still continue?
Yes.
And or was it taken over by public sector units, etc.? And lastly, what was the exact fallout with Nehru? What was that debate and what happened?
Thank you. Those are fabulous questions. I could go on and on, but I'll try to be very brief. First question was about his family background. He was, like most prominent Indians of that time, upper caste, from a fairly privileged background. He came from a group called the Mulakanadu Brahmins, who were Telugu speakers settled in Mysore for several centuries before his birth. And so they spoke Telugu at home, but Kannada was their sort of language of the public sphere. And in his case, he thought in English, he wrote in English, and so on. So he definitely comes. I mean, a lot of the traditional stories about him stress the fact that they were very poor, they lived in the village, he lost his father early, he studied under a street light apparently. I have no evidence to corroborate this. But the fact is that they had social capital. There's no doubt about it, right? I mean, the fact he had an uncle in the government who could take him to the Wesleyan Mission School. That's why he was so at ease with Gokhale and Ranade and others who came from this Chitpavan Brahmin background, etc. So that plays a role. Having said that, he didn't believe in traditional casteist sort of divisions at all. He was very modern in that sense. But of course, he had enjoyed the privileges of his background. The second question was about Nehru, the falling out of Nehru. Very briefly, it was about the role of the public sector. So they both wanted industrialization, they both wanted rapid industrialization, basic industries, but Nehru wanted to at least make some gestures towards socialism. Vishweshwaraya was very close with many industrialists and he thought this made no sense. He wanted private initiative to be encouraged more. He didn't want nationalization of industries and he wanted everything fast. He wanted 2 basic industries in every province immediately. In 1938-39, he becomes part of the National Planning Committee before independence, and he steps down after a couple of meetings because he finds it too plodding for his kind of his taste. And finally, your question about the iron and steel industry. This was one of the 2 iconic projects associated with his time as Diwan in Mysore. One was the KRS Dam, and the other is Bhadravati Iron and Steel Works. Right, and it later it's now been taken over. It's called Vishweshwaraya Iron and Steel Limited. It's a public sector company, but it's really not doing too well. And the fact is, this was one of the things that critics at the time said. It was a fabulous idea that Mysore should be self-contained, should produce its own iron and steel so that it could then industrialize. But people said it made no business sense. There was no coal, for instance, and they burnt wood from the forests of Shimoga and then made charcoal iron. And there were many debates about this. Ultimately, it became profitable, but only because the state really backed it for a long time. And this really symbolizes what was one of the sort of the things about his career. He was looking at big symbolic projects with a very long-term view, right? Which has, of course, its benefits. But his critics were saying, what about, where's the money coming from? What about accountability? What about who's going to gain and who's going to lose? So I think that tension between wanting to be world class, wanting to be futuristic, and also having a more realistic sort of local awareness is a tension that continues to haunt us today.
How much time do we have? Okay, just one very quickly, yeah.
Thank you so much for the talk. I look at Vishweshwaraya very differently now.
Thank you.
We attended a session by Ms. Mandovi GAlf yesterday.
Okay.
And she spoke about 75 iconic buildings in India. And she showed us something very stark. She showed us the Vidhan Sada, which Vishweshwaraya built. And
No, he didn't.
Oh, no.
He did not. But please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, that question had to be.
That's okay. I'm happy to discuss it.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say thank you for raising that, and also Karni. We talked a little bit about the the challenges of writing a biography and how do you make it flow as a narrative and all that. And you also mentioned that it's unusual to have not a political figure or literary figure, but a scientific figure as a subject of the biography, and that brings certain challenges with it. How do you convey the technical aspects of the work? What was he like as an engineer? What was his thinking? Was he different from others? Is he bringing in any innovations and so on? And I think that was one of the most interesting aspects of this book. Any of you with an engineering background, I hope you will enjoy the fact that I've tried my best to bring in some flavor of his work as an engineer as well, in terms of the decisions that he took. The saving grace is that my understanding of engineering, my first degree notwithstanding, is very limited. So whatever I've written cannot be too complicated. So please enjoy.
Okay. Thank you, Aprajit, for coming to the International Center once again. And thank you all for coming to this book discussion.
Thank you.
3 books available, WhatsApp message only. So you have to work, okay, here it goes, 7709299849. 7709299849, 3 copies of the book, first 3 text messages.
Thank you both so much.
Yeah, come, we'll take a book wala thing. Done?
Thank you, Pushkar. That was great fun.
You want to stand with that?
No, never.
Hi, thanks for coming.
You can take that.
Thank you.
चलिए
ये कुछ
नहीं, ये तो मेरा मेरी कॉपी.
Sir, I texted this number. Is it yours?
ठीक है. So I'll see first 3,
Yes, sir.
and then we'll call you back.
Is this your number, sir? Correct?
Number is correct.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't know if you're number 3 or 4.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Hi, Bhavna.
Joined PhD last month
Oh,
in the
nice.
field of digital ethics.
Oh, wow,
And
that's
this
fascinating.
Place under Professor Urushi Harari in Goa University.
I haven't heard the name, but I'll look it up. Yeah, Goa University. Okay, nice.
Copy of this book.
Please, absolutely. Oh, no. But thank you, Anand. very
Yes, yes.
What you do is, when they say question and answer only, you stick it. Okay.
So after enough.
When they say it's a session, then that time you stick it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you were sticking it just before going, right? Tuck, 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 sound comes. To reduce that. But Hari, you have to cross check. This is the top 3 or the bottom 3 for the day.
He's in the delegate room. He's coming up.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Also grab this and you give it to me once.
So do I need both?
Huh?
That mic is not there.
That mic is with her. I can't find her. The girl who was giving the mic, right? She has that small magnets.
So we don't need it now. Hi. Good. Good, you come for Sandy. No, okay. Wait, I'll introduce you. Beautiful.
You've been reading his poems.
Yeah, yeah, but you had never met him.
Never met.
Yeah,
Never
okay.
met.
I'm going to click on my table. This is for my reference.
Hi, Sanjay.
Hi, how are you?
I'm
Long
going
time.
to
I'm going to test myself and see if I can pronounce your name. Huh?
Hey,
Nice.
nice to see you. Yes, good. So nice to know. I've always wanted to meet you. Yeah.
Are we
great.
settled down? Yeah. Okay. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to our speakers today, Salil Chaturvedi and Lal Nun Sangha. Oh,
Thank
I
you.
forgot
Yeah, that
it
was
right.
great.
Okay. Both poets. So welcome. We have a lot of poets from Goa in the audience. I'm just going to read out your bio. Before that, just tell you a little bit. Welcome on behalf of the 13th edition of the Goa Art and Literature Festival, and also on behalf of ICG, International Center Goa. This festival has been put together by a team which is very small, Vivek Menezes and Bhai Damodar Mauzo, and the president of ICG, Mr. Yatin Kakodkar. Goa writers have a huge role to play in this. Goa writers, a lot of our members are here right now. We are about 60 or 70 of us, and it was started by Victor Angel Ribeiro, who brought out his first novel at the young age of 82. So you can never say that it's too late to start writing. So I would urge you to be inspired by that and write and read, of course. So I'm going to just looking for Salil's bio. I'm Heta Pandit, and I'm also a member of the Goa Writers Group. Salil is a bilingual poet, writing in English and in Hindi. His collections include In the Sanctuary of a Poem and Love and the Longing in Anthropocene. He was awarded the Hindi Seva Samman for his collection Ya Ra La Va Sha Sha Ha by the Delhi Hindi Academy. He lives in the island of Shorang. I'm sorry, we can't open your bio for some reason.
I write. That's it.
You rap. Okay.
I write. That's it. That's my bio.
Okay.
And he teaches English.
Sangha said, yeah. So, for some reason it can't open the bio.
It's all right.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
But,
No, wait,
okay.
Heta.
You
Heta,
can
wait.
find it?
Come here.
Got it? Now we have to do this right.
Here.
Found it? Okay, wonderful.
Which side have you got?
Thank you. From the state of Mizoram. He's presented his work at many literary events across northeast India. His poems have been published in online magazines and anthologies. So I'm going to welcome you both and open the floor for a discussion, conversation, and lots of poetry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Am I mic'd? Is it audible? No, this thing? Oh, this is something
That's
else.
for recording.
Okay, parallel universe.
Yeah.
You go first. Yep. Okay. Oh, am I audible? I think you might have to.
There's a
switch
button
it on.
at the bottom. Yeah.
Oh. Yep. You want to take this? Why don't you take this?
Hi.
Use this. Hello. Use this. Hello. Yeah, okay. Yeah, despite my appearance, I am that old. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna read first because no way I'm reading after he does. All right, I have to say that first. It's such an honor for me to be reading with Salil here because I've read his poems and I've absolutely loved his poems for a very, very long time. So this is quite an honor for me as well. So I'm glad to be the opening act for this, and he's the headliner. But so anyway, we've decided that we'll go a certain way where I will read a list of a bunch of my poems. Basically, it's like a progression. I think most of you here do not know me anyways, so I have poems that introduce myself, where I've come from, the people that I belong to, also my own personal life, my relationship with my mother, and our relationship with the world, because and the struggles that we face together. And then, of course, progressively towards being a Northeasterner, and then after that, of course, winding up here in beautiful Goa, right? So I'm just going to start. But anyway, as always, I always start with this particular poem because, one, it grabs people's attention, and also because, like I said, it introduces people to who I am, where I've come from, and I always call it lovingly that this is my love letter to the world, and it's aptly titled, Fuck You. So here's the poem. Fuck you. But before you take your head aback, understand that I am from a people with names such as Fucker and Fucky. And coincidentally, you probably have guessed their gender correctly. See, in my language, fuck, spelled F-R-K, is a good word. It is a word that blesses. It means to exalt or to praise. So fuck Eliot and fuck Shakespeare and fuck you too. See, now that you've learned a word in my language, maybe I'll learn one in yours. Maybe then the boxes that we put each other into will start to take the shapes of people standing across each other amidst the rubble, arranging the stones, trying to make something beautiful. Maybe my word will replace yours and yours will replace mine. Maybe then the falconer will hear the falcon and things won't fall apart so often. But until then, from inside this box, dreaming, fuck everybody. Okay, so this is a more longish poem. It's called Chero. I'm sure if you've Googled Mizoram ever in your life, the first thing you'll see is people dressed in tradition and dancing along to something called the bamboo dance that we have. Also, that is known as Chero. But anyway, it's also an introduction to the place that we are. And often I like to portray a more contemporary idea of the place, because often we tend to sensationalize and exoticize our own places too much, I feel, and it takes away so much from what is contemporary as well. It's also in some parts a criticism of the way we are going. So this is called Chero. I cannot place it in terms of the bigger picture, but it's somewhere south of where I am here. A place that is built on some great mercy of providence, with houses teetering on cliffs, while the land moves and shifts, burying houses and people like us, still trying to find itself. When all is in harmony, we dance, a precarious dance that have bamboos snapping at ankles. The essence of this dance is the understanding of music and balance, for if this is lost, then hard bamboo meets flesh and all is disaster. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This dry and dusty place boasts of small towns and big houses with comprehensive differences in warmth and sizes, and out of these the hopes of future generations with deliberately torn clothes and shoes that can feed a family for months, but what is food compared to the latest fashion? With subbing identity for brands, we know the hip phrases and the gestures of hands tumble out of bed in drips, the hits are on our lips. Young, dumb and broke, young, dumb and broke. We hear but we don't listen. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We also have our share of democracy's champions, the politicians, who in years of elections give huge contributions to charity and churches. For votes, mind you, you can keep your salvation. Then the righteous elders that go home to ignored wives and children and illegitimate and grandchildren. Then sit around a table for a perfect family portrait and pray to a God that does not live within them. We also have our revivals as the crowds go and throngs to see the magic show. The blind see, the deaf hear, the dumb speak, the children see visions of angels in Christ, slowly convincing ourselves of strength in our shaky faith. Multitudes would bow in awe at the spectacle. But if in a single raindrop or a humming insect you do not see the miracle, then you do not see God. 1, 2, 3, 4. A word of praise for our ingenuity. We do not have liquor here, it's a dry state. but we find inventive ways to get high of household appliances and medicines. Mean those meant to fix, meant for a fix. And Zama, poor Zama, he's hanging on a shoestring. His relief from pain became his pain. The diluted blood in his veins ran cold, and in the songs of mourning and accompanying drums, mother would cry, "It's my fault." A stoic father would whisper, "It's my fault." And in the corner of each isolated spot, they would discover repentance, regain the rhythm to the dance. But Zama, poor Zama, he is dead. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow.
So a lot of you probably don't know my name, so this one's called names. But anyway, one of the things that we do is we make social visits to other people's houses. And as a young boy growing up, teenager, one of my least favorite part of it is when they ask me who my parents are. Because usually we're expected to say a name that they know, a name that they respect, a name that they have heard. And usually I do not have such a name to give. So this one is called names anyway. So my name is not enough. So I'll have to suffer. Whose son are you? In hopes that I drop the names of some officer or politician or businessman, a name they have heard, probably blackened with envy in small meaningless conversations over tea and theology. So when I utter a name unrecognized, they hesitate, desperate to associate it with one they wish they knew better. And when they fail, what does she do? A humble seamstress from whom I inherit only a debt of love. They turn away and wonder if I will stay long. See, my name is not enough. Wow. Okay, so since we're talking about my mother, a little bit about my mom and the life that she had. Anyway, this one is called soft-boiled rice. When my mother was about to begin class 3, she was taken out of school and told she was now old enough to work in the fields. A girl doesn't need to go to school, they said. A man will find her someday and he will take care of her. So she walked the fields, fetched water from drying wells, carried firewood on cold winter grounds, and while eating soft-boiled rice, dreamt of the man looking to find her. Then one day my father appeared. He was kind and handsome, she said, and more importantly, he went to school. As a token of love, she was given a small black and white photo of my father that she would keep under her pillow. She looked at it till the lanterns burnt out, or the moon kind enough to let her stay in her reverie a little bit longer. When he would visit, she would bake him soft-boiled rice, and they would eat together while talking about the future. When he abandoned us, I was just a month old. My mother still kept his photograph under her pillow, but my enraged aunt found it. But my enraged grand aunt, however, upon finding it, cursed his name and tore the photograph into 100 little pieces and threw them away. Late at night, when all had slept, my mother lit a lantern and picked up all the pieces from the dustbin. She then took a bowl of soft-boiled rice and pasted all the pieces back together. Years later, when I had become a young man, she found me hunched on the floor. I couldn't eat, and she learned that my heart had been broken into 100 little pieces. She picked me up and sat next to me. She told me that she knows it hurts. Hand on my head, she offered up to God a prayer, and then disappeared into the kitchen and reappeared with a bowl of soft-boiled rice.
Lovely, lovely.
Good for time.
Yeah.
Okay, so another one for this one I also always read because it's important to me. It's one of the times that I'm usually a very calm person, but this one of the times I was really angry because I had to make a PAN card for myself, because since you start working, you always need a PAN card, and we have to fill out a form. And in that form, of course, my name, my age, everything, and then father's name. and then below that, mother's name in brackets, optional.
Oh.
And that didn't sit very well with me, so this is called optional. If it wasn't for the Indian government, I swear I won't even remember my father's name. They're obsessed and keep asking for it for every important document of my life. Nowadays, I have to write late as part of his name, and often I'd hear a polite cough or I'm sorry. And I think if you should feel sorry, then feel sorry for that second name there under optional, Malsomi Haunar, superfluous, apologetic. Years of sweat and worry and alone, optional. I've seen her smile as long as my eyes were open, heard her sob when they closed, optional. Her feet disfigured from running so that my stomach never knew hunger and my lessons never ceased so that I would become better, optional. Yet at each rung that I climbed, they asked for my father's name. You know, I've seen him only twice. Once, when I was still too young, my memory confused his face with that of a poster of someone else on the wall. I thought he was Elvis. Later, when he was ill and dying, he wasn't even awake to know I was there. Yet, it is his name they asked for. My dear government, know that this has been my greatest curse. It is always with heartbreaking guilt that I put his name before hers. Okay, so I'm from I'm Mizo. I was born in Mizoram, and I'm Mizo. But we've lived in Shillong now for the better part of my life. So this is a poem that I want to dedicate to Shillong, the place that I grew up in. And it's a bit like Goa. Once you visit it, you never want to say goodbye. So this is called "This Is Not Goodbye." If you want to see where the world ends, it's here at Ladlo. When the sun comes to rest, the earth decides to stop in a sharp, steep fall. Lovers and poets will tell you that the end is beautiful, yet here at its edges, they shout into the gorges and listen to hear if something would return. Even here at the last frontier, this is not goodbye. The carnival is done now, the lights are going out. The music, the cacophony of happy chatter disappears so suddenly. To the rustle of paper and plastic litters, cups and bottles whistling and grinding to dust in the cold breeze. But still, there's always one Philistine, awoken in drunken stupor, entertaining us all with late carols, even just one against this great silence. This is not goodbye. They're building up walls everywhere now, little is as you would remember. If you should land here and follow the memories of a child that ran across these lanes, you'd find a stranger trying to piece together where a forget-me-not once held a hedge hostage from the trimmers and the listless guava tree that shed its fruits like royalty throwing arms at beggars. But perhaps in the cold concrete, you'd also find a defined little daisy blooming and blooming away, saying, "This is not goodbye." Okay, the part about being a Northeasterner. This is when I went for a poetry reading in Germany, and I was there with a Pakistani poet, Afzal. And it's really strange when even we writers from the Northeast, when we go to festivals, we're always clubbed together, and we're always asked to talk about one thing: trauma, violence. It's become this exoticization of violence, or I don't know what. It's just crazy. And this was what Afzal also had to do because he was Pakistani, right? And when he refused to talk about violence, he was like, "Did you suffer?" They asked him these questions. He says, "No." and then when they asked him to read his poems about suffering, but he refused. He just kept reciting poems about love. And I thought that was so beautiful. And so this is in dedication of that moment and to him, and also as someone from the Northeast who's had to go through these things too, a sense of a poem of solidarity, basically. So this one is called Afzal. When Afzal refused to talk about violence, there was a hush murmur of confusion, a rechecking of notes. Who is to play the other now? An idea was expected to appear. Instead, here was a man, human, who is to play savior now? There is no meek, no blind, no leper, just a man with white beard and hair, steady as the spotlight shining on him. His eyes pierced an audience waiting to salt the wine and cheese with horror stories full of pain and loss and darkness and stench, dry and dusty and burning, each word he wrote branded, burned into his skin. After all, he's Muslim, an Indian, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, exiled from 2 countries, a child of 2 wars, and he writes poetry. Afzal refused to talk about violence. Instead, he recited a beautiful poem of love, of a man in love. Goethe and Rilke were not there, only a world waiting for him to talk about violence. Okay, coming to the more I wrote this years back, and I can say that I read this differently now because of yesterday, because I finally got to experience what I needed to experience. I got to see the sea for the first time.
Really? Well done.
So this is dear Baruch. Baruch is a friend of mine who lived in Shillong and then moved to Goa, and then now he's in New Zealand. But when he was in Goa, he would tell me about the beaches here. And I mean, back then it was really difficult to travel. It's really expensive, and honestly, we were just not in the financial position to ever travel anywhere that far. So anyway, I just had to imagine it. So anyway, this is called Dear Baruch. Dear Baruch, I have often tried to imagine the sunsets that you have described. How you say they fall with a satisfied sigh, dipping into the white sands of beaches in Goa and merge the shadows into the palm trees. Or the ones that you see down there now, amidst protest signs and occupying Ayodhya Square. Do you still pause to look? How strange and yet familiar they would seem, like death. I imagine we have sunsets here too, but in our rush to get home and ready for churches and committees, we have missed them. We only have white walls and blinding lights, taunting and indifferent sun. Adamant that the world is bad and ending on our little lives worthless and suffering, we offer our prayers convinced of their worth in volume. But I sometimes wonder, Baruch, if God is not in here but out there busy making sunsets. Okay, last one.
No, go on.
Okay.
They've heard me before.
Okay, this one is the sea. All things must return to the sea. Memories, longing, desire, you, me. All things must return to the sea. And there it lay, a vast expanse of unrelenting blue, calling out in an unending breath. Its fingers claw at my feet, forever climbing the shore like some fable's hero fighting eternally in a lost cause. Sometimes caressing and other times slapping me with salt water, it flows down my cheeks. I saw the sea and I don't love you anymore.
Wow.
That's it. Okay. Okay, that's it.
Right.
Back to the main headliner.
No such thing. But you wrote this yesterday. Oh wow! Thank you for that. Congratulations, seeing the sea for the first time. I'm sitting next to a man who's seen the sea for the first time. Amazing. So we had a chat before we got on stage, and we had made a sort of a plan, and I've changed it completely. I'm shifting the book now. It's not this one. I hope it all goes well. So I guess I'm known as roughly a poet of trees and stuff like that. So be prepared for a lot of multi-species engagements. But I'll start with what was very poignant in your poem, Afzal. I'll start with some love. Good place to start. Love transmissions. I'm jealous of your love transmissions. As you send your nurturing thoughts across the world from our flat in Mapsa, Om Sarveshan Swastir Bhavantu, and peace be unto all. I see your quiescent love float out the window and ramify, rustling up the mango leaves. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. If only they, the rioting citizens of the world, could see you in your undi, wishing may none suffer from sorrow, they would abjure violence and like me choose love and love and love.
Oh.
As an introduction, here I am. This was written a while back, so the lat long is not where we are sitting, but well, here I am. Longitude 70 degrees 30 minutes east, latitude 28 degrees 2 minutes north, roughly, in the month of October, having gone around the sun 49 times, but always, always through new territories and space. Having been fascinated, neutral, then disgusted by television and many other visions, having broken my back in two places, 20 kilometers south of a river, 6 kilometers west of another, directly under a flight path on the eastern edge of an old mountain range that seems to have tired of civilizations and wonders what the word civil is doing there. 18 kilometers west of an Air Force firing range where they practice dive bombing, honing their skills for a war, they say, but I think it's because they really enjoy it. About 200 kilometers east of the Thar Desert, but not so far that its dust doesn't reach me on hot summer winds. Having rescued the tiny corn from last night's bruising, having dusted wasp eggs from beans, having spoken words of encouragement to the okra seeds that have been in the soil for 3 days, having seen that there is more scripture in a bird than in a book, beaten, pummeled, played, kicked, bruised, squeezed, kissed, caressed, today, now, temperature 25 degrees Celsius, haze, humidity 54%, dew point 15 degrees Celsius, 233 meters above sea level, under an Orion sky, having noticed that galaxies are displaying fluid dynamics, and that mountains are just waves walking leisurely over land, having loved among all earthly things, comics, rainy days, and radio the best, having tried always to give myself someone new to look at in the mirror, having seen monkeys sleeping squeezed between tree trunks, having known that the truths I cherish lie 6 centimeters under the soil, having been certain as sunlight that our toys will tomorrow play with us, winds northerly, 14 kilometers per hour, gusting, high tide at 11:06 a.m., 2.25 meters, having understood that I am at odds with everything, including myself, legs like sticks, free and animal, here I am, Quark, don't come near me, I'll bite you in places.
So, a shorter one maybe.
Now we go to cat. Catnap. My cat's forte is sleep. He once came back home with a missing thumb and repaired the wound with 3 days of a healing slumber. It is the most alert sleep I have seen. His upright ears nibble at earth syllables, then suddenly he sleepwalks to another room and chooses a new location. This time his head is upside down. He's sounding the chatter from the roof tiles. It's thanks to him that I have tuned into the hum of our house. On some days, I become aware of the beating of my heart and I jump up because it seems like there is someone else living inside me who listens to the chorus of my life and makes his own separate meaning. I calm the panic by closing off my ears with my index fingers to hear the low roar of the wind that coasts through me at all times. Is someone timing this? I spoke about this poem in the morning in a session, and I lost my grandmother a few years ago, and I live on the island of Shurao, and with wetlands around where I go often. And after she passed away, I almost for a week I just was trying to piece it together on what exactly had happened, and it was very unreal, her going, and I was very fond of her and she was very fond of me. I used to take her to meet relatives when no one else would take her, and she used to call me, in fact, Krishna. I used to have long hair once. So this is grandmothers. Sometimes it happens, grandmothers pass away, leaving tiny holes in the bed. Their bodies light like birds. I wonder if she will find her way to the next place. After all, with every death, the world goes into hiding till the birds discover it again with song. Perhaps she will make it, just like the old glossy ibis that makes its appearance on the lake near our house when it is overgrown with lilies. This one's called Balkao Jazz. Balkao is our balconies when you enter a old Goan Portuguese house. You have these two seats in a small area, and the balcony, it's called the Balkao.
Okay.
So in the house that we lived in, a lot of action happens in the balcony. A lot of visitors come and we just sit there and chat and have a beer, or conversations flow. So this is called Balkao Jazz. Totu comes home and tells me to eat less salt. Sea salt is okay. Less sugars, oil and fats, mixed grains for rotis, local vegetables, tamri bhaji, and string beans, no milk, only curd, a bit of ghee, green teas, palm vinegar that can be purchased at Savio's shop across the ferry. Of course, salads and fruits are a must, and a spattering of seeds, sabza, sunflower, and nuts. He asks me for a book before leaving. Any book, but no fiction, please. Something which will help me improve my mind or body. I give him Playboy. He takes it. Next day, Casey comes home and tells me, imagination. It is man's terrible sickness. He is sealed off from the world almost, but it seeps in through his pores, he complains. And he also complains about Sundari, our dog, who barks non-stop when we leave her behind and chases scooterists and drunk pedestrians. But look at the bright side, I say to him. She sits next to people and cures them of minor ills, tiny neuroses. The aliens will take care of everything, he tells me. And before he goes any further, I tell him about the lineated barbet that is bringing up its young one in a tree in our backyard. We make a plan to go swim in the river. Phil comes in the evening and complains about Casey. He is always being rude about my driving. I think he's jealous that I'm much older than him and women still give me the eye at 60. He doesn't call me home when there are couch surfers staying with him. He had 2 Argentinian girls staying with him last week. He then tells me how temperature and altitude are related, touching his thumb to his middle finger as he does whenever he is making a delicate point on some subject. Remy comes the next day for a smoke and calls for an abandonment of the center and privileged reference points. Center of what? I ask him. He asks for a cold beer. We glug chilled kingfisher and watch an oriole flitting in the mango tree. He says art is for amusement and insight, but please, no truths. He asks me what my plans are. Nothing has changed, I tell him. I still intend saving the world somehow. Beena calls in the evening and asks, have you written the poem about the smoke rising from the sun yet? Well, this is it.
Shall I read more?
Yes, please. And if it's there, name is not a knowing. Also.
No, that one?
Yeah.
Yes. Where has it gone? Did you see it?
A name is not a knowing will come later.
Okay.
When I find it.
Okay.
But right now words are falling. Words are falling off the page, scurrying on the floor blackly, now surging along the base of the wall, making their way to the outside, clambering over leaves, climbing up trees, cluttering around a dead insect, clinging to grass blades. The page is clean. I am free. You are free of meaning. But what of the words? Someday, when the sky is full of bulbous clouds and the breeze is playing with the tops of coconut trees, when black-nipped orioles are tuning the afternoon to the right pitch, I'll step out gently to gather them and weave them into a basket.
Wow.
Okay, I think we've. One of the things that happens around the monsoons is there are some fireflies which come in through the roof tiles.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it's really
That must be
amazing.
pretty.
Yeah, it's amazing being in Goa in the monsoons. You should make another trip back.
Yes, please
Yes.
invite me again.
Yes. So this one's called Fireflies in the Bedroom. Oh, look at the two fireflies in our bedroom, one each rising above our beds. How they hover and give shape to the darkness that we slip into. My heart fills with a glow as they circle joyously about each other. Now they have drifted apart to the opposite ends of the room. One falls as if into an abyss when sucked in by the fan. I feel a panic and reach out to touch you. Your body is still. You are leaping somewhere in the dark worlds of your sleep. Back to you. Want to read some more?
Please don't read some more.
Don't you want me to read some more?
No, but do you want to ask him any questions? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Some more poetry. Okay, one last one from me, then I pass the mic back. A name is not annoying.
Okay, please. I love this poem.
Yes, thank you. A name is not annoying. You have to hug a tree. Feel its bark, the texture of its leaves, to understand how it invents tiny capsules of desire and puts them into seeds. With just enough wisdom, not too much, enough to know that the outside is the new inside, that everything that grows is life, that spaces are expanding, that too much of life is but a death, a choking point for a new beginning, and that all beginnings are old, old, old. My sister is now mostly smoke and some ashes, a few tiny bones on a riverbed. She has put the sky below me and the earth above. On the knoll from where I can see that peacock, Mandira, the pink flower bushes, Mandira, the hidden partridges, Mandira, the pipit songs, Mandira. A name is not annoying. You have to hug a tree.
Thank you.
Read some.
Okay, yeah, I just want to say that we were in class and using that poem to discuss something, perhaps something you've never thought of, is the fact that, like, when we have these the tourists that come from outside, or when people talk about Shillong, and they say, oh, look at, like, you know, we don't like the fact that, you know, this whole, what did I say, when they start building everything, like all the, it's destroying nature, it's not beautiful anymore, modernization, globalization, all of those things, and they like to write about it and talk about it. And I'm always curious to ask them that, you know, the ones that say this, are you willing to give up your comforts and live that simple life that you are talking and praising and romanticizing so much? Like, you know, so it's so easy to have this performative, like, objections to things, but are you really willing to give it up yourself first? So unless you hug a tree, shut up. You know, you don't know yet. Okay. Okay, just this one first, because I prepared only that recently. I didn't think I would be reading anymore. But anyway, so I don't know about this, the younger generation, but at least with my generation when we were in school. So all the in the classroom there'll be these really gaudy posters about, you know, hygiene or something like that, about, you know, what a good boy or a good girl does and all of that. So all these moral teachings, whatever, don't have no walls. And we sometimes there are some really ridiculous ones, and I remember there's this one particular ridiculous one that my friend took a photograph of and sent it to me much later, and I looked at it, it was like, what were the people that made these thinking? And usually it's always directed to, you know, it's always assumed that it's always, yeah, I'll read it first and then maybe it'll make sense. But anyway, so the first portion of it, please know that this is not made up. This is actually there in one of those posters, all right? So, good boys, what are good boys supposed to do? So it's hanging there in a classroom. Good boys brush their teeth and wash their hands. Good enough. Good boys do not smoke or become a dacoit. A sudden jump there, isn't it? Yes. But anyway, again, this is to school kids. Good boys do not do insider trading or arms dealing in the East. They were even specific about the East part. I mean, you can do it in the West, but okay, not in the East, right? Good boys do not get into stem cell research or commit war crimes. I know. And then, good boys do not have unprotected sex with prostitutes or open illegal abortion clinics near playgrounds. Crazy, huh? Okay, the question now becomes, so that's what good boys are supposed to do. What do good girls do then? Nida tells me, my friend Nida tells me, that good girls get home on time. Whether they're out smoking or becoming dacoits, they get home on time. Whether soliciting prostitutes or committing war crimes, they get home on time. In the middle of an insider trading or an arms deal in the East, obviously with Muslim terrorists, they pause to reply a text or a call assuring father, husband, brother, cat that they will get home on time.
Nice.
Yeah? Okay. Should I read more?
If you want to, yes. They love
okay.
it. Yeah.
Do you want me to read
Yes.
more?
Yes, yes. See?
Yeah, okay. Okay, this one I wrote for my grandfather when it's not actually my grandfather. My real grandfather passed away when my mom was a little child, but we had an adopted grandfather, someone who came and found us, and he saw the home state that we were living in suddenly. Okay. So he came to our house and he was a big person. My mother was only a street hawker. She would sell stuff on the street. And I remember when he came, he had heard from other people about my mother, that there was this woman and her child, and they're quite poor, but she's really hardworking and stuff like that. So he decided to come visit this man. And then he came and visited us, found us. And I remember when he came that my mother ran out of the house and cried because she was so embarrassed that we do not have a single teacup that was not chipped or ear fallen off to even serve him tea with. But when he left that day, he made a promise. He says, as long as I'm alive, he will never die of hunger. And he became my adopted grandfather. So when he passed away, I wrote this piece for him. And I would also like to dedicate this to Tarun Bhatia as well, because he is also one of those people that really champion people that write and are good with arts and all of that. This is called Giants. Giants. It wasn't long ago that I learned giants walked among us. They were not 30 feet tall, physically imposing, nor frightful, nor terrifying. They did not conquer you with their muscles, nor mocked your weakness. They did not walk above us. They looked just like you and me, and for the most part, didn't even realize they were giants, and neither would you until they leave. No matter how frail they look on their deathbed, no matter how fragile their bones, you feel the weight of their history, their enormity, and you are humbled. The spaces that they leave can never be filled, for we are we, and they giants. Okay, one last, and then we can just, okay. I think I should read this because,
1349.
I got it, okay. So anyway, I got married 2 years back. Last year, my wife and I celebrated our first anniversary. And basically I found her after I had already given up. But finally I found someone that accepted to marry me, and we had our first year anniversary last year, and this poem I wrote for her in our first year anniversary. So this is obviously dedicated to her. But anyway. So it is decided that after 1 year of it, that marriages are a bad decision. We tell each other of all the things we could be doing instead. Travel, sleep, do nothing. But here we are fighting over curtains. I've never even noticed them before. And she replies starkly to everything that I had to say. And in shock I said, whoa, where is this attitude coming from? Where is this attitude coming from? Pointing at her two beautiful breasts, she says, they came with these. Then she laughs, and I laugh to tears. Babe, she says, and we can't wait for more bad decisions together.
Congratulations. Yeah, I think, we're done with time. Yeah, sure.
Questions, anyone?
Yeah. The mic's coming to you. Mic's coming to you.
What a feast. What a feast we've had. Is this mic on or? Great. Thank you so much for that feast. My question is for Sangha. Sangha, fuck you for that, for that absolutely marvelous set of powerful, humorous, and touching poems. Your soft-boiled rice and optional actually brought tears to my eyes. My question is, I know Salil writes both in English and in Hindi. Do you write in Mizo also, poetry? And if you do, then are your poems the same, or do you write differently in Mizo, or you translate your own work? And if you don't, then why so? Can you just throw a little light on that?
Okay, so yes, I do write in both in Mizo and English, but predominantly English now, mostly. But no, and they're not the same. I don't usually have the same poems in English and Mizo, because like the things that I write in Mizo is obviously for a specific target audience, and usually also I find it difficult to translate sometimes, because translation is not about just translating words, it's about translating culture. Like if I find a girl and I say something like, "You are worth more to me than a buffalo," it doesn't sound too romantic in English. But you have to understand, but in our culture, that would be a great line. Because like a buffalo is actually like saying somebody's weight in gold, right? So things like that, and the thing is like if I switch it to that, again, this romanticism of the ruralness, the soil of it, I feel that is lost. It becomes sterile, I feel. So which is why I think I shouldn't really translate those. But there are some that I have that I think works both in English and Mizo. But the ones that I feel that will not work in the other languages, like forget it. Not everyone needs to read your poems or understand them.
Yeah. I'd like to know about your writing style. How do you come up with your poems?
I'll let you know when I know. Seriously. Yeah, it just happens. One has obviously over the years worked a lot on craft and read a lot of other poets, gone with a certain kind of diction, learned more from what connects with you, poets from different parts of the world even, and our country, and different languages. And then slowly, I guess, you arrive at your way of saying it things, which is a big moment, and you feel more confident saying it, but to feel it in your own way. That's all I can say. It's just and it continues. I'm tired of the way I've been writing, and there are days when I look at my books and say, it's time to find something new. So it's always with me, at least. It's always a process of trying to reinvent, to give myself someone new to look at in the mirror all the time. But yeah, there is work involved, conscious work. And how is it for you?
Same.
Developing a poetic style, or
basically the same, I think.
The same, right?
How many years has it been for both of you? You writing and for you?
2-3 decades. Yeah. How long have you been writing?
Since I was taught that A is for apple.
That's 2-3 decades. Yeah.
It's for both of you. The question
You want the mic because it needs to be recorded.
This is for Salil.
Dhruv.
Salil, I know you are quite a private person, and when you write, your vulnerabilities at most occasions are out in the public. So do you choose what to write and what not to write depending on what's private and what's good enough for the public to read?
What's good enough for the public to read is definitely when you put it together in a book and you're bringing it out for people to read. But really, while writing, there's no real control. One doesn't sit down and decide to write on a particular, at least with me, aspect. It just comes of its own, and you write what you need to write about, to know something more about something and yourself or whatever. So, and the only way to do it is like what Hemingway says, I feel, even for poetry. You write one honest sentence and then you follow it up with another honest sentence, and that's the way it goes. I think that's the most likely for it to have resonance with anyone else when you're being completely honest about what you have to say. So that's the way I approach it, and yeah, I'm very private. You don't find me in public spaces often. But when I'm writing, I'm not writing for anyone or any target audience. I'm writing because I have to. I must say what I have to say to know myself better. And then, of course, once you've done that, you want to share it and you want others to read it as well. There's that part too. So,
yeah, thank you. And this is for Sangha actually. Lovely poems. There's a lot of humor, there's a lot of emotion involved. Do you also delve into poems that critiques the political situation in the Northeast?
Yes. Yes, I do a lot actually. I have quite a few poems of those, but mostly in festivals because they're usually sponsored by government bodies. I'm not allowed to read them. That's the truth. So yeah, of course. I like see, even what is political? Of course, we can be more specific and say like this government, that government. But what is more political than a love poem too? I mean, like
yeah.
Like I have a poem that says write your love poems, because it's the opposite of what any authority wants us to be. Because when we're in love, you can't control us. We don't care about anything else. We don't care about getting up at 10 and working for the rest of the day. It's so opposite to what authority would want us to do. So just being in love, just writing love poems is already incredibly quite rebellious.
I have a question for both of you. You all decide who wants to answer first. But it's about poetry, as you all have just described, is a process of, Wordsworth also saying it's an outpouring. So there's something that you can't hold back within you, which is why you put it out on paper or like the mobile. But my question is, how do you balance out the polemics of the personal and deciding, is there something that you use to kind of filter, or do you just let it out unfiltered? I think I know what the answer is, but sometimes, like even I write poetry, so sometimes there is this thought that this shouldn't go out further. So do you have something like that working within you?
Please try it.
Filtering does happen, and there are a lot of poems which the world hasn't seen, which one has written. Filtering could be because you think they're not good enough or they're too private and you don't want to share that. But otherwise, so when you make a collection, there's a lot of a logic or rationale to the collection you're doing, and then you kind of filter that way also. But in the writing of it, so my process, whether it's I also write some short fiction, and that's why Riot and all that. I rework things a lot, and in poetry, strangely, a little less so, but not entirely. It's a reiterative process because it must, sound right, and I don't know who it was, one of these big names, which get quoted, Wordsworth, Keats, or Shelley, one of them, who said that poets, while writing, that initial thing which makes them write, they capture about 10% of that emotional content of the experience, and the reader gets about 10% of that. So there's a filtering that's going on anyway in that. So. But I do work on, I read the poem out loud several times and would change it. It must sound right. Poetry in the end is a oral thing, and even if it's a prose poem, it must just do some magic to the ear. But I've drifted away from what you'd asked, I think.
No, but I think what you've answered also perhaps helped a lot of people here understand the craft of making a poem.
You want to say something about it?
Oh, okay, yeah. So first of all, the thing with me, especially how I began writing, for me, writing is what I would say an exorcism. It was never about, oh, I'm gonna write this and then people are gonna read it. I'm gonna be a famous poet, and there was none of that. The people that I shared my poems to were like two people. For the longest time in my life, it was just two people. It was like people like Tarun and all who actually like started pushing my poem for other people to read it. But normally it was like, and if there were two more my friends who love poetry like I do, if they liked it, I'm over the moon. I'm like, okay, good enough. But for me, it was an exorcism of sorts that way. But in terms of the thing that you said about the filtering process, I think first and foremost you have to love the art, and because you love the art, you're not just gonna let anything just get out. That love for the art will discipline you into creating something that is beautiful. First of all, I think that's it. Because I love the art too much that I will not just let anything go. So yeah, that's there.
Sorry, that's all the time we have for this session. Thank you both so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lal Numsanga and
you.
Salil. And Salil, when he entered this hall, he said, bye Lagu, to me. I don't know whether it was a joke, but I'm going to return that by saying, I touch your feet, I surrender to you with my words, with this poem. Thank you both so much.
Thank you. Thanks, that went off well then.
Big thank you to all the volunteers who helped us
So
right
let
through
me
the day.
give you.
And I'm going to say bye
Yeah,
now,
sure,
and I'm going
sure.
to introduce
So we
you
sit down?
to my
Shall we sit down
successor. Ermelinda will take over now. I'm on dog duty. I'm rushing back home.
Thank you, Heta.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Sangha, let me give you this. Let me take out all these. Oops. Right.
Come, Hita. Come. Another poet.
Come, yeah, come. Yeah, these are all poets. Come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Marvelous, absolutely wonderful session.
Thanks.
The Balkan,
Okay, also this is
my
it.
book, a gift from Goa for you.
Thank you so
I hope you
much.
enjoy it.
I will. Thank you so much.
Are you based in Mizoram now? Or
No,
Delhi or-
in Shillong.
In Shillong,
Shillong,
you
yeah.
said.
Have a wonderful festival.
Yeah.
You wanna
Oh, I'm
stay in
having,
Goa?
yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Salilji,
Yeah.
my doggies are waiting.
Yes.
Three of them, yeah. Seriously, man? Because I was thinking, outsiders on
Yeah. It's great meeting you. So that's my wife Monica, and
Only today, tomorrow morning.
right. Yeah. She studied in Shillong.
I believe Tarun and Naveen.
Oh,
He was the head boy.
Linda, please start on time. Thank you, Heta.
welcoming everyone here to the Goa Arts and Literature Festival. This is an annual literary event which takes place in Goa, and it was founded in 2010. My name is Ermelinda Makkimane. I write poetry under the name Ermelinda Makkimane, but people prefer to call me Linda. And I'm a member of the Goa Writers. The Goa Writers was founded by Victor Rangel Ribeiro, VRR as we fondly call him. His first novel, Tivoli, went on to receive many accolades, and it was written at the ripe old age of 82. So Goa Writers is a group of various writers, poets, artists, and they have one common aim, which is to make literature come alive in Goa and from Goa. I'm honored to welcome today to you Karan, editor at The Chakkar, who has authored books like A Beautiful Decay and the book that we are discussing today, Ananda, an exploration of cannabis in India. Originally born in Varanasi, he now lives in Mussoorie. Aditya is our Goa boy, state coordinator of the Goa World Wildlife Fund for Nature. He's passionate about marine conservation, and he's working currently with Goa fishers to conserve many species of marine life.
Thank you.
Over to the two of you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. So as mentioned, my name is Aditya Kakodkar. I work for the Worldwide Fund for Nature in Goa. We work in marine conservation. And coming 5 minutes ago, there was a guy sitting here, Sangha, who had seen the sea for the first time. And my work usually takes me in the water, so I'm in the water almost all the time. So, so from a man who has seen the sea for the first time to a man who is in the water all the time. Before we start, I just want to know how many people here are below 18. Can you raise your hands? Below 18? Oh, great.
No children? Okay.
Yes.
This is a grown-up topic.
Yeah. So, yeah. So whoever is below 18, so this is whatever
Don't do
we are
drugs.
going to, yeah. So whatever we are going to discuss is a theory, but the practical part, we don't advise you to try it before you are 18. Okay. So just to start, see what happens is there are many emotions which we feel. We feel anger, we feel peace, we feel happiness, we feel joy. But all these emotions, they are processed in our brain in a certain way. So our brain, whenever we get a stimuli from outside, our brain creates a chemical substance which is known as a neurotransmitter. Okay? So this neurotransmitter then gets activated and we feel that emotion. So there in 1992, there was a neurotransmitter which was discovered, and it was a neurotransmitter which was discovered which gave us, so which is responsible for joy and bliss and happiness. Yeah? So this neurotransmitter was aptly named, popularly named Anandamide. Okay, Anandamide. By the discoverer, and it is responsible for our joy, our happiness, and we are going to talk about a plant-based substance which and its derivatives which stimulate this anandamide and cause various sensations in our body. And we are going to talk about this book, An Exploration of Cannabis in India, which is Ananda is the title of the book. And this from Karan I learned that many of the people think that this is a very technical book, but it is not. It is a travel log of the author. So Karan goes around the country. So he starts in the foothills of Himalayas. He goes and meets the so-called descendants of the Alexander the Great. Then he goes down to the south in Kerala, then to the Red Corridor, border of Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, and then he is trying to find all these mythical strains of cannabis and what is happening about cannabis in all. What is happening about cannabis in India? Also, this is a very fascinating book because I got this 3 days back and I read it in 2 days. Because Vivek gave me this book 3 days ago, and I was like a bit apprehensive, considering my work, my meetings. I was not sure that I'll be able to finish the book. But once I started reading it, it was very fascinating because it's, as I said, it's just not a travel log, but he also writes very important about very important political issues going around in India. He writes about botany of the plant. He also writes about the poorest or the poor people who have stuck in the tribal belt or who are stuck in the red corridor as we know it. So it's a very interesting book. He also writes about the current events and a little bit about the laws which are around cannabis in India. So without taking much of your time, I would now request Karan to. I welcome you to Goa. Welcome to GAlf.
Thank you.
And before we start with this book, because you have written one more book couple of years in 2022, so I would like to know a little bit in a couple of minutes about that book. And it was a fiction, so.
Yeah, thank you, Aditya, for that introduction, and very grateful for GAlf for having me, for Vivek for inviting me. My first book was a novel. It was fiction. It was a book called A Beautiful Decay, and it is quite different from this as a subject. That book was about a hate crime upon an Indian student in the US, and the after effects of that hate crime. I sort of talked about the themes of othering, and I talked about the themes of somebody who's a minority in one country is a majority in a different country, and how they sort of deal with these different states sort of imposed upon them. It's a very good novel. You should check that out too. But after that, I felt it was quite a radical change for me. I thought I will continue writing novels for much longer in my life, and I still hope to. But in conversation with my editor at the Aleph Book Company, they have published both these books. My editor is the brilliant Ainla Ozukum, and she, for the longest time, was looking for someone to write a ganja book in India or a cannabis book about India. The problem is that this plant, I think almost everyone in this room would be somewhat familiar, either has been a direct user of this plant or has known someone who's a user or has some kind of idea about what this plant is, right? But there's very little written about it from an Indian perspective. Very often what ends up happening is that people either take the spiritual aspects of it and they only focus on that. They'll take the legal aspects of it and only focus on that. I wanted to do something that was very exploratory. I didn't want to go in with a preconceived notion of what this plant is, what it does, what it means to the cultures of India. I just wanted to explore it, and I wanted to do it as fairly and being as neutral as possible. And it resulted in this book, which became, it's called an exploration of cannabis in India, but it really became a self-exploration as well. I was on the road for a long time, and it ended up being one of the most personal things I've ever written. In all my travels and all the people I spoke to, a lot of it did change my life as well. So it's been quite a journey.
Yeah, nice. So that was my second question, which you also answered, where I was going to ask you why this non-fiction and what drew you to this very fascinating subject of cannabis. Because as I read the book, I understand that it's not an easy book to write, because you are traveling so much and traveling to dangerous areas. Because sometimes when you are in the tribal, when you are in the red corridor, the tribals might think that you are an informer of the police, and the police or the BSF might think that you are some urban Naxalite who has come to that area to pass over some information. So is there any incidents which happened during your travel which you thought it was stretching it too much, you were putting yourself too much into danger?
There is an incident I wrote about in the book. So there's a chapter called Shilavati, and Shilavati is named for the popular brand of cannabis or marijuana that grows in the Andhra Odisha borderlands, and this is what is famously known as a red corridor, which has heavy Maoist activity and a lot of violence between the Maoists and the border security forces. and often caught in the nexus of this, of the police authorities, the Maoists, the local mafia, are often the tribals that are caught in the nexus, and they're often used to be the people who actually cultivate the illegal cannabis, or who are used as mules to transport it. So I wanted to go to one of these tribal regions, and in Odisha, and my local journalist friend and I, we took a taxi from this town called Koraput, and we went up the Bonda Ghati. Bonda is this extremely disenfranchised tribal group in India, one of the most disenfranchised tribal groups in India. And I was warned on the way there that my journalist friend, he works in Bhubaneswar. He didn't quite know what my project was about. He just thought I was going to do like a cultural story about the tribe. He used to go there once every few months, and they have 100 other issues more serious than even this. You know, there's severe malnutrition, there's issues of alcoholism, there's issues of being ignored by the state government. So he would go and cover these issues. And when I told him I was there to cover the cannabis issue, even he was a little bit worried about it, because the state governments on both sides, on Andhra and Odisha, have like clamped down on it quite seriously. And of course, all the other violence that happens around this region scares people a little bit. So he told me that the border security forces might assume that I am like some kind of agent from Delhi who's coming to feed information to the Maoist, because I was dressed different, and I was wearing this like I had a shirt with Chewbacca from Star Wars. I was like, there's no way I could be any kind of terror threat to anybody wearing this T-shirt, maybe except to the fictional Star Wars Empire. But but when I got up there and I conducted the interviews with the local Adivasi people and the local authorities, I got up there at an event, and you may have read about it. So this particular tribal group, they're infamous or famous for being one of the few societies in India where the women end up marrying underage boys. It's a matriarchal society in the sense that where often boys who are 14, 15-year-old marry older women who are of marriageable age, and then are supposed to take care of them as the women get older. And the local state government and UNICEF were getting involved in sort of promoting or sort of helping the local people reject child marriage. And they had this whole function there when I was around, and it was during this function where I conducted my cannabis interviews. And I was told much later as I was leaving that they organized this whole function, and they were giving small gifts to couples who were marrying at the right age. They gave gifts to couples who were marrying at age 23, 22. This whole function was organized only because I had requested to be there. So this entire sham was just put there just to say that, oh, there's a journalist from outside coming, let's do this thing to show that we care for this particular thing. So that wasn't a dangerous time for me, but it just made me feel, this is how often things are done in India, just for the show, just to be, I'm sure for those few couples, they made a change in their life, but do they do that all the time? Are they actively involved in helping out? I have no answers to that.
Okay. And how is the incidence of consumption of the cannabis amongst the locals, or do they only produce the cannabis, or do they also consume?
It's not a big issue for at least from my experience and my interviews and whatever data I gathered. It's not a big issue. Cannabis is not a big consumption issue in that part. They have their own local liquor that is often consumed, which is I would say a bigger issue than cannabis.
And I often read in your book that women are the most important stakeholders when it comes to taking care of the plants, the cannabis plants, day to day, then harvesting the tops of the plants, processing them. So what is the condition of women there? Or even when I read your book, it's always that the consumption of the cannabis is linked to men. So is there any consumption of cannabis linked to women, or do they consume this in the tribal belt?
I'm sure they consume it. I think especially in the regions which are which are disenfranchised or rural or whatever word you want to use, the farming communities across the country. I see you have the Malana page
Malana
open, so
cream.
especially in the Parvati Valley where there is a lot of cannabis growth over there too. It is often the women who are most intimately involved in the cultivation of the plant and the growing of the plant, but it is consumed by honestly, the farmers themselves are not heavy consumers. In regions like this, they cultivate it to then sell it, and then it may be consumed by whichever gender. That's not. Then we are talking about the larger Indian public.
Yeah. So since we are in that chapter, the Malana cream, it's in the Parvati Valley. So again, the name comes from mythology, the Shiva Parvati. So why is there so much linkage of cannabis to the Hindu mythology? And I see that it's also connected because through your book, I saw that it's also connected to the Islamic mythology. But first, we'll have a look at the Hindu mythology. If you could explain to us what is the connection?
Yeah, so this is part of the reason why the legality of cannabis is so fluid in India, that I think in 1985, the government imposed what is called the NDPS Act, the Narcotics Act, which pitted cannabis alongside all the other major drugs, opium, cocaine, LSD, everything. And there's almost a blanket ban on all of these drugs in the consumption, in the trafficking, etc. But there was, in the definition of cannabis, they defined what is known as the ganja, which is the flowering tops, what is known as charas. But they let bhang outside of the definition, and bhang is often the product that comes out from the leaves of the same cannabis plant. And this is directly related to bhang being mentioned in the Indian Vedas, and for a lot of mythologies that connect the god Shiva to bhang. So first of all, in the Vedas, in the Atharva Veda, which is sort of the scripture that is used to, it's a medical scripture. It's the scripture that often defines our Ayurvedic system of medicine. Bhang is among the substances that is considered to be the most important medicines in all of medicines available in nature in India. Then there's the story of Shiva's connection. So the Kumbh is going on, and do you guys know the story behind why the Kumbh takes place where it does?
No, people might. Yeah, please.
I'm from Varanasi. The Kumbh doesn't take place in Varanasi, but it's taking place in my next door district, Allahabad. Rest in peace to that beautiful name. There was so basically what the story goes that there was a major cosmic war called the Samudra Manthanam, and this war is between the Devas and the Asuras, the gods and the anti-gods, so to say, and they're all trying to get Amrit. Amrit is this fictional nectar of immortality, and in trying to get this Amrit out of the earth, they also release this poison called halahal. And this poison, the Amrit comes out, Garuda, the eagle god, takes the Amrit in a few pots and he flies away. But the halahal takes over whatever the cosmos and it starts poisoning people. So Shiva, who's like the all-powerful god, he tells everybody, don't worry about it, I'll take all the halahal poison, I can handle it. And he takes it all in, and this is why Shiva's throat is blue. This is why he's called the Neelkant. Now the only thing that could help Shiva take away the stinging pain was the use of bhang. And he took some bhang and it relaxed him. Meanwhile, Garuda, who's flown away with the Amrit, he dropped 4 drops of the Amrit in 4 places around India. So it's Ujjain, it's Allahabad, it's Haridwar, and it's
Prayagraj.
Yeah, well, Prayagraj is Allahabad.
Yeah.
And so these 4 spots became the spots that are now the Kumbh Mela spots. So it's the mythologies of bhang and cannabis are directly related to the Kumbh. And so I was at Haridwar during the research of this in the previous Kumbh, where famously you cannot escape the very familiar smell of cannabis anywhere where there's spirituality around the Kumbh Mela.
And the Islamic mythology, because it's very strange, because alcohol is not permitted in Islam, but there is some places, or I think in some scriptures, Islamic scriptures, it's allowed to have cannabis.
Yeah, I don't think it's permitted, but there was a Sufi saint Al-Khadir, Al-Khadir, I think, and he was called the Green One, and it's in his honor that a lot of followers of Sufi Islam, they will consume cannabis. So it is there in their practice as well. It's not obviously as fundamental to the religious emotions that Shaivites might have or Vaishnavites might have, but among the Sufi subsect, it does exist.
Similarly, like in Gujarat, it's a dry state, but some parts, as you mentioned while we were talking some time back, that it's okay or it's legalized in some parts, I think.
Yeah, and I noticed in a lot of dry states around India, there's heavy usage, as you might imagine, of cannabis.
So what happens? People might try it for once or twice, or then there are some people who do heavy usage of cannabis. So what are the effects of heavy usage?
The effects of heavy usage of cannabis. Yes. As someone who's never broken the law, I could possibly not tell you that. But I would guess it makes one extremely sleepy and lazy and yeah.
Okay, so there is this one part of your book I would request you to read. Okay. So this I found on the frequent use of marijuana.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. I do have a serious answer to this question, and I'll quote from my own book. Frequent use of marijuana can cause. So marijuana is another word for ganja.
We should have done a glossary actually in the beginning.
Yeah. So okay. so cannabis is the plant. And the same plant produces multiple things. The flowering tops of the same plant is what is in India known as ganja, or could be known as charas if it's taken out in a different way. The leaves of that plant, when rubbed together, could produce the bhang. And then the stems of that same plant is the hemp, and hemp is a massive industry for a lot of other reasons. And it all comes from the same plant. Marijuana is a slang term for ganja or cannabis when it's used recreationally. Frequent use of marijuana can cause vicissitudes in the circuits of the brain, messing with the natural production of endocannabinoids. When this happens, the endocannabinoid system can only rely on the artificial alien interference to produce a shot of bliss. Experiences that should naturally be joyful, the love of family and friends, interactions with nature and art, the rush of new adventures, the taste of your favorite foods, the euphoria of sex, may lose the usual spark. Now, a feeling of stress could replace the experience of the everyday world, unless accompanied by cannabis.
Thank you. So we talked about the different parts of the plants. So what is the illegal part, or the part which causes all the trouble? Like, which is the part?
It's the flower. The flower of the plant is what is illegal except for medicinal purposes in a few Indian states.
Okay, so that is the part, and then the leaves, each state can decide on their own, right?
Yeah, so each state can make up their own ambit on bhang. So for example, my hometown Varanasi, bhang is legally available in government approved bhang shops, and it's the same in a lot of areas in Orissa, in parts of Rajasthan, in Gujarat, in Madhya Pradesh. So that depends state by state.
And also being in Goa, I think Goa considered making cannabis growing legal for medicinal use in 2020, but then they, for some reason, they did not.
Yeah.
And even now, 98% of all the the drugs which are caught are cannabis based, cannabis or its derivatives.
Yeah, and I think a few months ago, after this book was published, there was this very hilarious story of which I just read on the news, but maybe the Goans can tell me more about this, that there was one cannabis plant found outside a mall in Panjim. 3. Yeah, and they needed a full police force to go and capture this plant and take it out of the trouble. So,
yeah. Also in your book, funny incidents I remembered in your book, in Kollam, some people planted the cannabis plant on the World Environment Day.
In Kerala, a guy planted on World Environment Day as an ode to Mother Earth, which, fair enough.
Yeah. No, because actually it does carbon sequestration, not as much as a mangrove plant.
It does. It's actually scientifically very good for the environment.
yeah, it's 22 tons per per year, per acre, sorry, per acre. So it's counted per acre. So yeah, but historically also it has been like whenever the British used to report back regarding some revolt or some mutiny, for example the 1857 mutiny. So they used to report this as Indian hemp insanity. So they used to say that this is because the soldiers are smoking too much ganja or consuming too much bhang. So something regarding that also, if you could tell us.
Yeah, so I've written a lot of the history of how bhang went from being, or bhang or ganja or whatever derivative of cannabis, how it went from being a very common thing for Indians to consume, especially in the north, to becoming this villainous capital D drug. And it has a lot to do with the colonizers, who I think they misunderstood, or I wouldn't say they misunderstood. It was often seen as the poor man's drug. I think they understood the idea of coming home from a hard day's work and having your ale or your beer or your tipple and relaxing. But when the Indians did the same and relaxed with the use of cannabis, it was considered a dirtier thing for them, and it was considered a more dangerous thing for them. So so they did club it with a lot of antisocial activity, and I think that influence between then followed and kind of added to the taboo of the plant in India.
Nice. In your book, you mentioned 3 or 4 times, I read, that your life changed after your daughter was born. So what are your thoughts about cannabis getting closer to the campuses of colleges, schools? Because anyways, now when she grows up, she's going to go to a school, she's going to go to a college. Me also being a parent, I also have some thoughts. But what are your thoughts regarding this, and how far, if I may ask, how much it is penetrating into the campuses of schools and colleges? Because in your book I see that it's like readily available. It's one call away, they say.
Yeah, it is a big issue, and I do have, whatever my feelings might be about cannabis use, in general for grown-ups, I feel very strongly that we should think about it the same way as we do about any narcotic substance, whether it's alcohol or anything else. When it comes to children, I think the brains of children are still evolving. I've used the metaphor of clay or of Play-Doh, as they call it, where they are still not hardened yet, the brains of young people, and the heavy use of cannabis or any such substance, I think can leave a permanent imprint, and can leave the brain permanently changed long term if you're too young. So that is something that I feel that young people should at least wait till they're old enough before they even think about these decisions. But you're right, in a lot of places around the country, school campuses, it is getting more and more readily available. And I wrote a lot about, in Hyderabad, there were some major issues where they were selling little balls of bhang in what were kind of like chocolate or Charminar plastic bags, and being sold as chocolate. And because it's just eaten, nobody can tell whether the child is high or not. And because it has the allure of looking like chocolate, and maybe it's mixed in chocolate, it like attracts kids too. So this is the same issue that's happening abroad too. I make the comparison with the US a lot, where a lot of young people, high school age people, are using forms of cannabis in other ways, and they're almost being sold as sweet candy or colorful little dabs, So that's one of the main issues that in the US the legislators have been fighting, to at least identify the products, because even in places where legal recreational use is now very legal in many states in America, they want to at least make that understanding that it's not attracting young people.
And is there a citizens movement or something to stop this? Are parents trying to stop this? Have you heard something about that?
I don't think there's like a nationwide citizens movement. I'm sure there are movements in city to city. I'm sure, like for example, I gave the example of Hyderabad. I'm sure there is something there that is trying to combat this. But in general, this is an illegal substance. So it's not like the parents should not be the ones having to act on this. This is somebody else's responsibility. This is the authority's responsibility to intervene.
Yeah. Okay. So coming to the movements, there is also a movement which is known as the Great Legalization Movement, which is I suppose I read it. It's in Bangalore. It's happening in Bangalore.
It started in Bangalore. The Great Legalization
So
Movement.
If you could tell us something about the movement, who is leading it, what is its purpose, and what are they trying to achieve?
So they were started by this guy named Vicky Varora when he was in his early 20s. He must be around 30 now, and their purpose was as it is. As it states in their name, they would like to legalize cannabis for all uses, for recreational, medicinal, and industrial use. Now, in parts of India, the cultivation is legal for medicinal and industrial use. And the GLM, the Great Legalization Movement, their argument basically is that this is a natural product. The same way there's a lot of natural things that have been used in Indian culture, through Ayurvedic history or through our homemade medicines that a lot of Indian nannies have been doing upon their grandchildren for generations. So their argument is that they should not be denied that medicine or that tipple or that relaxation or for recreational use, whatever, because it's basically nature's gift to the people. So that is what the GLM has been fighting for. They haven't gotten very far with it, as you can imagine, but the fight goes on.
Yeah, and also to treat take away the pain from cancer, right? Those are.
Yeah. So then we're talking about more sophisticated medicinal use, which is used a lot in other countries where it is more widely available, where cannabis-based medication is now used for a number of different ailments, and one of them is for people who are undergoing chemotherapy, and it helps with cancer pain. So they're actually they're offered cannabis-based medication.
Okay. And because you spoke about the traditional medicine, there are some very large companies which deal in traditional medicine. For example, we have Baba Ramdev's Patanjali, and in your book you mentioned that they are one of the foremost proponents of legalizing cannabis for medicinal use. So something about that.
They are, and they spoke a lot about promoting cannabis to be legal because I think they want to use it in their medicinal products. But I think Patanjali has way bigger legal problems right now than cannabis.
Great. Yeah. So any part of the book you would like to read?
Sure. How much time do we have?
We have 10 more minutes, 5 more minutes, then we'll open the floor.
Okay, so I'll do a little reading from the book just to give an idea of like how the narrative is. This is not a very academic book. This is written from a personal experience. I am primarily, as I started off by saying, I'm more of a storyteller and I like to tell things in larger narratives in this way. So I'll read from the part where I went to the Parvati Valley, and the Parvati Valley is famous for the Malana cream, for all these, for like what is famously known as some of the best hashish in the world.
Yeah.
It comes from
and also see Malana cream. So they have each strand of cannabis has a different name. So if you go to the Parvati Valley in Himachal Pradesh, it's Malana cream. If you go to Kerala, there is a strain called Idukki Gold. Then Silavati, as we discussed in the Red Corridor. Then there is also Mysore mango, there is Shillong mango, there is Kashmir ice. So different names, So Malana cream is Himachal Pradesh.
So the backstory to this is that I was going on a hike in this area called Khiriganga. Maybe some of you have been there, in the Parvati Valley, and the bus broke down, so I had to walk. And basically, the bus broke down on the way to the hike was supposed to begin. So I was basically walking the highway, and I was really annoyed. So here we go. My trip to Parvati Valley was supposed to be just a short 4-day getaway, and I was determined to make the journey feel random, spontaneous, to allow myself the freedom to sway and change, to drift wherever the wind leads me. And yet, now I yearned suddenly for some predictability, to hitch a ride, to get to Barshaini on time, to bring some order to the randomness. Finally, I hear a rumbling sound getting louder, closer. From around the corner behind me, I see a white Jeep taxi plowing up the highway. I stick my hand out to get the driver's attention, and the vehicle slows to a halt. There are men and women packed in the passenger seating in the back of the Jeep, 8 or 9 of them. One young man sits alone on the rooftop. Where to? The driver asks. Varshaini. 100 rupees, says the driver, but there's no space in the back. Rooftop, I ask. Dekho, that is up to you, okay? But if someone stops us, it's your problem. I shrug. Sure. I climb the ladder to the back of the roof rack. The man already seated here nods, and I nod back. He seems to be in his mid-20s, resting in a reclined, confident posture of, I couldn't possibly give less of a damn about the world. I cross my legs and sit, feeling the cylindrical metal bars under my butt. I feel a cool mountain breeze as soon as the Jeep stutters to start. An immediate relief under the mid-morning sun. I have triumphed against chaos. I would start the trek on time, and as a bonus, enjoy the slight thrill of this little crime, seated on the roof of a moving vehicle. Lighter hai? The man beside me asks. With the flick of his thumb, he makes the universal sign of igniting a light. Smoke up, he says. The up direction offering a clear distinction from the tobacco-only act of simply smoking a cigarette or a bidi. Ha, I answer him, and offer a small gas lighter out of my backpack. He, in turn, fishes out his own ingredients, including a sticky black ball of charas between his thumb and index fingertips. There's rolling paper and a cigarette from which to sprinkle some tobacco as a mixer. When it's ready, he puts the joint to his mouth, lights it, covering the flame with his other hand to shield it from the wind gushing by us. He puffs in aggressively to ensure the burn sticks. After a couple of tries, it does. I know what will happen next. An exhilarating rush to his head, a thump on his forehead that first jolts him, and then in the quick instant that follows, relaxation. His eyes droop and cheeks feel heavier. He smiles at nothing, a smile that tells me that he has found that brief shot of bliss. Blood cells in his head seem to evaporate up to the clouds, floating up past the layer of meninges that wrap around his brain. He takes another puff, inhales it deeper into his lungs, and exhales slowly. Like a Trojan horse, the THC in cannabis mimics the anandamide to give our brain more of the same thing it already has. The substance has often been described as a duplicate key to unlock the body's anandamide receptors. It's a cheat code of sorts, a shortcut to exhilaration.
Thank you. And also, in the Malana cream, the Malana area, the cannabis started, the people started selling and growing it in 1980s when an Italian traveler showed them how to harvest the resin or the what do you call it?
It was always there. Like this plant is indigenous to the region, but I think they were travelers who came from the outside who kind of figured out how to then repackage it for sale for recreational use, because initially a lot of the local village communities, they used it for medication. They used the hemp as rope to tie the animals. There's people I met who, if they got a bee sting, they would use a little bit of cannabis and rub it on that, and allegedly it helps. So allegedly. So yeah, there's a lot of this stuff happens in the villages.
Great. So now we'll take a few quick questions, if anybody has any questions.
Hello. Yeah, I have two questions. First is you read about the legalization part, but I would like to know what are your thoughts of, is there any benefit to legalizing cannabis? And the second question is about things like CBD oil and which are freely available in India. So if CBD oil is available, there seems to be legalization of a fair amount of cultivation.
Yeah, so when we speak of legalization of cannabis, we are speaking of three different stages. There's the industrial use, there's the medicinal use, and then there's the recreational use. Now, of course, technically, it's all industry because but when we say industrial use, what they mean is to use in t-shirts as cotton or hemp seeds or biomass fuel. Like there's umpteen uses for hemp, and India's kind of falling behind in this. There's a lot of countries that have raced ahead. China, for example, which has some very strict laws about recreation use of cannabis. They also have 2 districts which have the most massive hemp farms in the world. Canada, which is among the countries where it has some of the most progressive laws of all forms of cannabis, recreation, medicine, etc. There's more cannabis that grows in Uttarakhand than all of Canada. So this is a raw material that we are very rich in, and I feel we are underusing it. So my opinion is that yes, I think there should be controlled legalization of cannabis, even for recreation, but controlled. I don't consider it to be that much worse than alcohol, and a lot of people who have probably dabbled in both might agree with me in this. I think there's less danger to self and others. I almost feel that it should have the same common sense we apply upon alcohol. Don't give it to kids. Don't if you don't drink and drive, don't use cannabis and drive. Things like that, and make it difficult. Don't advertise the same way that you advertise other substances. So control legalization, I think should be allowed. Coming back to the CBD thing, because medicinal cultivation for medicinal purposes is legal now in Uttarakhand and most recently in Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh also, in some parts. This is where a lot of the CBD is coming from. It is the same plant. This is why I wrote a whole book about this. Like, the same plant has so many complexities about some parts being absolutely illegal and some parts being given to somebody who can't go to sleep and they'll take some CBD. It's the same thing. And CBD is now pretty widely available, I think, around India too. So yeah, that's just one of the early steps, I think, to further liberalization, I feel.
Okay, any more questions?
Hi.
We'll come back to you. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Do you talk in your book about any cultural aspect of cannabis use in terms of a community building, an act or something? Because when you just read out the paragraph, when you said that you knew what was going to happen next, I thought you were going to say that the guy will pass it on to you and then you will take a hit or something, right? But then you went on to explain what is going to happen to him internally, and concluded by saying that it's a shortcut to acceleration or something. So my idea of also that it's a community building act or something like that. So it always gets passed around. So do you talk about it in the book?
It can be a community building, and so one of the most fun journeys during the research for this book is when I went to Manipur. And Manipur has this community called the Sajjal or the UFO. I don't know if anyone's familiar with them. And they, again, I'm making a wild generalization, but I joked that they reminded me of like the Rastafarian community, but based in Manipur. And they are really into their form of martial arts. It's called Thang Ta. It's an aggressive martial arts. And they're really into smoking the cannabis together. And so they hang out in their little like shanglens, which are these like temples, but not exactly temples, because they also have a martial arts room there, and they build a fire and they play guitar and they'll smoke their local ganja together. And it's a very close community feel. They have their hidden secrets that they will not tell me. They told me they're not a cult. They're very strong about that. I'm like, that sounds like very cultish to say. But again, like a very positive community feel in areas like that, because it helped bring a lot of different people together from all walks of life. They're very open to saying that almost anyone from any profession is allowed to come sit with them and smoke with them, as long as they adhere to the rules of the community.
Yeah. Also, in your book, I read during the Kumbh Mela, the chillum gets passed on to the left. Whoever is to the left, they give it, and then it continues like that. So that too. So we'll go at the back. There were 2 questions, 2 hands raised there.
Good afternoon. As you mentioned about Mahakumbh, so why the Mahakumbh is coming after 144 years?
I have an answer. I don't think he has
outside the ambit of my knowledge, but it's got something to do with astronomy, or astrology. That I don't know. Someone else must have a better answer than this here.
Astronomy only, Jupiter.
Yeah, Jupiter is facing somewhere else. He was somewhere else 12 years ago.
12,
Yeah. Every 144 years. And also, I think there's debate about whether this is if it actually does happen every 144 years. There's also there's some debate about that.
Okay. So finally, so any more questions? Yeah.
I have a very off question. So, give it
Thank you. In reading about the legalization and illegalization, it was interesting to me to see that in countries like the United States, marijuana, pot was considered something that the black people and Latino people did, and alcohol was something that civilized white people did. And this is some attitude that the British also had, that a gin and tonic is fine and a joint is beneath. In the current Indian consciousness, where we don't have that sort of racial division, why the demonization of marijuana, do you think, when some things like alcohol, tobacco, etc. might have a more exalted, more accepted sort of thing?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I wrote about that too. Like it was the influence of American racism actually that defined the cannabis laws all over the world. They used to say that it was the black people. They used to say it was the Mexican immigrants, the Filipinos, who were all the users of marijuana. They used to say, and they made these movies scaring people into thinking this is a terrible drug, and they held this big conference in the 1960s that then enforced their laws upon the rest of the world, including India. And it's so ironic now that it's the Americans who have now somewhat liberalized, I would say, half the states. In half the states you can still get jailed for holding a little bit of marijuana, but have liberalized quite a bit. India, we still work on Indian Standard Time. We are going slowly. We're going to first make sure and see how everyone else in the world does. It's also part of a colonial hangover. I think we are still stuck in those old, a borrowed sense of orthodoxy that we didn't have, that we have now for some reason, that continues to make it a taboo. It's almost as if we are ashamed of something that was indigenously. You know what I'm saying? That was ours.
Because India resisted the illegalization in the United Nations. Because they were the one people who stood when the US wanted to make it illegal everywhere or something like that.
3 countries resisted: India, Pakistan, and Burma, Myanmar. And, and for 24 years India resisted, and now we are back to.
But now we seem to be more conservative than a lot of others when it comes to that.
We are compared to Asia in general is very conservative when it comes to the laws of cannabis. Thailand, as you may have recently read, is one major exception. So India is actually, for the continent, India is pretty liberal, because even though the laws are stringent, they're not imposed as stringently unless the police want to make an example out of you, like they did with Shah Rukh Khan's son, like they did with Riya Chakrabarti, what happened after Sushant Singh Rajput. So issues like that, they can make an example out of you, but in general, I think, at least in the north, time out, okay.
Last question.
It's just about Ananda. So if you want to sum up your book as Ananda, how would it?
Thank you for asking that, because I wish I had mentioned that earlier. Even though this is a book, the subtitle has the word cannabis in it. For me, it became a book about joy, Ananda, bliss. I sort of stuck to that motif really closely. I found joy in my travels. I found joy in my family and my friends. I found a lot of joy in just asking myself the questions of why I was a certain way and allowing myself to grow. There was joy in that. So it became a book about just the general idea of bliss beyond the artificial bliss that is created by cannabis.
Perfect, thank you. I think we all enjoyed this afternoon session.
No, we are not finished.
Oh,
This last
okay.
thing.
He wants to have the last word.
Yeah. So a wise man once said, so if the whole world smoked a joint simultaneously, so it is, if the whole world smoked a joint simultaneously, there would be world peace for at least 2 hours, followed by a global food shortage. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Presenting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Aditya, and thank you.
I have another one.
You have? Both or only him? I'll hide this. Like
Thank you. Bejo, are you in your pajamas? No, jump into the car and come down the road. My session is starting in 5 minutes. We need you here. No, there's no session at 5. The 5 o'clock was moved to 3 o'clock. It is now, Bejo. Drop your brushes and your palette and get in the car and get here. I'm about to have your lunch. Okay, anyway, you know what? Come later. Yeah? I'm here. Okay. All right, Bejo. Okay. Bye. Tomorrow morning. Today, but this was a very tight sort of schedule. Anywho, as they say.
Welcoming everyone here to the Goa Arts and Literature Festival. This is an annual literary event which takes place here every winter, but as you can see, it's barely winter. My name is Ermelinda Makkimane. I am a member of the Goa Writers. Goa Writers was founded by Victor Rangel Ribeiro, VRR as we fondly call him. His first novel was published at age 82, Tivoli. It went on to win many accolades. So what is Goa Writers? A group of writers from various parts of the world, I would say, who have just one thread in common, which is Goa. And the aim is to make literature as alive as possible. I'm honored to introduce Ranjit Hoskote and Rakshanda Jalil, who will discuss 10 Indian classics, a book that highlights works in translation from a vast array of Indian languages. So we have Ranjit here, a world-renowned poet, and I'm going to reveal some intimate details about him. So keep your ears. He's a pillar at GAlf and he has a huge fan following.
You're very kind.
He was my senior at Mumbai University, and as you know, juniors know exactly what their seniors are up to. So we heard a lot about Ranjit's escapades with the dictionary.
Oh, that's safe.
And we used to be in awe.
Only those?
Of this.
No other escapades?
I am not allowed to mention the other escapades. Yeah, that one too. So, welcome Ranjit. He is, apart from all the intimacy that he has spent with the dictionary, he has done a lot of work, and Indian poet, critic, art critic, cultural theorist, and an independent curator. He has been honored with the Sahitya Academy Prize for Translation. Rakshanda is a writer, translator, critic, and a literary historian. Her most recent book is a collection of essays titled Love in the Time of Hate, and she explores love in various forms: love jihad, love for the country, and various other aspects of love. So welcoming the two of them, please take stage.
So you're going to be a right winger?
Oh my goodness, depends on your point of view. Right winger.
You've left your left wing days far behind,
Oh
have you?
Am I not on the left wing of things?
Well, actually, technically, yes, you are. Yeah. Wrong here.
These don't work.
Hello, everybody. My third session at GAlf, and I've been loving every minute of the past couple of days spent here. I must confess, I read this book in a PDF on my way to from Delhi to Goa on the flight at a gallop. I was keen to finish it in the 2 odd hours I had, and I didn't get to savor it fully. I'm so happy to report that a copy of the physical book was waiting for me at the center reception here, and I was able to dip into it at greater leisure in the past 2 days. This is a book I urge you to keep with you at home, and I don't think it requires to be read from cover to cover, unless of course you want to have a very scholarly discussion on it. It's nice to just savor this book, to sample it, and I do see it as a sampler. So maybe many people in the audience don't know about it. Ranjit, would you like to talk about the Murthy Classics project per se, going back to the past 10 years? And then we'll come to the nitty-gritty of this.
Okay. I'm not sure this is working.
You want to use mine? There should be a little green
it's
light.
on.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, fabulous. Yeah. Rakshanda, in the first place, thank you so much for being in conversation with me on this anthology, and I'm glad that we're both coming to this from our respective practices as translators, as writers, as people preoccupied with what the resources of tradition can mean for the contemporary practitioner. But to set up the big frame of what the Murthy Classical Library of India is, it's a series that was endowed by Rohan Narayanamurthy when he was actually still a student. And that came out of his sense that just as you have the Loeb series, for instance, or the Itati Classics series for the Renaissance, there should be such a representation for South Asia's classics, on at least emanating from North American academia, but therefore rippling out into the world. So he was one of the three key figures at the genesis of this series. Then there was Sheldon Pollock, who was one of the most distinguished Indologists in a contemporary key, but also a Sanskritist, deeply devoted to the Dravidian languages, and someone who has always had a much larger sense of South Asia's literatures and their connections, and the way in which there's always been a complex relationship between the so-called high languages and what might in a technical sense be called the vernaculars. So it's a far more complex understanding that he brings to how India's literatures have evolved than the rather simple linear account that many of us receive.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's Sharmila Sen, who's the editorial director of Harvard University Press. So it's these three figures representing three domains who came together. And then over the last decade, MCLI has really brought out a considerable number of classics representing various languages and literary traditions in India.
Right.
And this is a work in progress because these series that Harvard University Press publishes are meant to be perennial. The books never go out of print, and it's meant to literally go on indefinitely.
Rightly so. If I may ask a vulgar question about money, where does it come from, the Murthy, what part of the big empire?
I should have had some Subhashita at hand to explain that all wealth falls from heaven.
Right.
No, well,
It's just idle curiosity since you mentioned Rohan Murthy. Anyhow, so here's a text in you use 9 languages. And these are, by the way, these are not full texts, these are extracts. Sorry, this is what the book looks like. There are extracts from the 10 texts that were published over the past 10 years. And the languages there are 9 languages here. There is Pali, Punjabi, Persian, Urdu, Sanskrit, Hindi, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu. And Punjabi comes twice. We'll talk about that. Why does somebody like Punjabi more than others? But so, what were the? Were you involved at that stage in the? So, would you like to comment on the criteria for selecting these texts? Okay. And how long have you been involved with this project?
I've actually been on the editorial board of the MCLI for about 2 years. But this anthology, I should actually point out, as I have pointed out, is a collective effort. I would also really like to acknowledge the role of Sharmila Sen, as well as Heather Hughes and Samantha Mateo at the Harvard University Press in arriving at the contents of this anthology. But the plan was really that, for one, it should be drawn from among the volumes that are in print, that have been published in the last 10 years. So it's, in a sense, a celebration of the first decade of the library. And alongside that, we recognize that there are a number of literatures that have not yet been represented. Work is underway, but it can't possibly be an encyclopedic endeavor. So the pattern was 10 texts for 10 years. And then we had these texts to work with. Right. So technically 8 languages, but I insist on the idea of 9 because
Yes, yes.
the Hindi texts are actually...
You point that out.
Yeah, one is in Braj Bhasha, the other is in Awadhi.
Yeah.
And it's important to see these as distinct languages in their own right.
Rightly so. So you see this as a work in progress. You have in mind 10 texts for the next 10 years down the road, and the resources?
The resources, both scholarly as well as the endowment, are in place. But I think what we are now looking at is, for one, continuity with the project as it's been established. But we're also now looking at extending the possibilities of the languages that we can bring into the ambit of the library, translators located possibly in unpredictable locations. So all of this is yet to come. So it's in that spirit that this anthology is offered. Also a word on the anthology as a form, because I've had this question sometimes from people saying, someone actually said, I have most of the books in the series, why would I need an anthology? So my answer to that would be that an anthology works like a kaleidoscope. You know, there are pieces in the kaleidoscope which form patterns. So if you look at the 10 extracts here, you can actually form rather unpredictable connections among them, and you suddenly see motifs that emerge. You might find them in a Sanskrit text, you might find them popping up again in Persian, and also then in the hymns of the Sikh gurus.
There's so much actually in what you're saying. Is this troubling you? You want another mic?
A little bit. No, I think we're nice.
Okay. Right. Now, so we'll come to the motives, we'll come to the commonalities and all of that. I'm still intrigued by this business of 2,500 years, which is very prominently displayed, whether it's on the blurb, it's in the press release, and so on. So essentially, the first text here is 6th century BC. The last is 18th century AD, obviously. And there's a sort of a magnificent sweep and scale. Let's talk a little about that, and who decided this cutoff time and the 2,500 years and so on.
The cutoff is part of the charter as it was set up at the very beginning of the MCLI. Professor Pollock had 1800 in mind as the cutoff, but it's understood to be provisional because Urdu, for instance, really comes into its own
at that point.
And we have Mir Taqi Mir in Farooqi Saab's translation is one of the volumes, and it's an extract here. We should eventually have a ghalib. So it's also the kind of topos, if you will, that invites us to rethink questions of what really constitutes antiquity, and correspondingly, how modern, when was the modern, in a strange way. So it's a convenient span of time to think about, 2.5 millennia. It allows us to see both the continuities and the experimentation, new forms of literary and cultural energy that come about. But also, from my point of view, if you look at the extracts, there's a fairly heavy concentration in, say, the 16th century. And to my mind, it also speaks of how certain genres, certain celebrations of kingship or the royal biography, these were forms that came into being during the consolidation of the great empires, whether in the Gangetic area or in the Deccan. So I think the anthology also allows us to think about the life worlds from which the texts emerged.
The person who asked you why an anthology such as this, because they seem to have all the books in their collection. A, most of us do not have such rich private collections. B, I think the value I see for a modern reader is in a book such as this is it's like a sampler's menu, you know. Absolutely. It's a taster's menu, as it were. Whoever chose the extracts, it's a very intelligent selection of the extracts. So there's a little bit of everything. At no point, again, I haven't read it from cover to cover. I've been dipping in and out of the book. But were I to do so, my sense is that there isn't a sense of monotony here.
Absolutely.
There isn't a sense of sameness. You know, there are diverse interests, the diverse tones, different genres altogether. Let's talk a little about that. I mean, everything from the ghazal, the erotica, to a Buddhist nun talking about things, you know. So the range is enormous.
Yeah, absolutely. that was part of how the anthology was crafted. The idea was that we should aim for a variety of tones and registers, genres as well, and whoopsie.
Temperamental.
Yeah. And also, to the extent possible, to think about the social, the gender locations from which these texts were emanating. And the Therigatha, which is the very first entry, if you will, is the voices of the earliest Buddhist women, the nuns, who are reflecting both on their worldly lives and on what the path of renunciation means to them. Over against that, much later, you have the story of Harishchandra, a classic, again, beautifully translated by Vanmala Vishwanath.
From Kannada.
From Kannada. And that is a poetry at its elaborative, figural best, in a way.
Yeah.
But also, if you dwell on it, you realize that this is a literary act of great interest. It's an episode from the epics that's taken out of that context, but then developed into an independent story, a parable about truth and power, a story about what kingship means.
The notion of Satya.
The notion of Satya. And then it's from Raghavanka's Harishchandra that the story of Harishchandra goes out into theatre. It finally comes into cinema.
Yeah.
The very first
film.
Indian film, Raja Harishchandra, is really based not on epic material, but it's ultimately based on this Kannada classic.
Yeah, right.
Then there's also an anthology within an anthology, the Guru Granth Sahib,
Yes,
for instance,
yes,
which was designed by the Gurus as an anthology and drew on pan-Indian sources.
You know, there's so much to talk here. There's a potential of a very, very rich conversation because the anthology itself is very rich. But you're such a fine reader, Ranjit. It'd be such a pity if you want to read something from the book.
Oh gosh. Since we talked about the Therigatha, maybe I'll start with some of those.
Do tell them what the Therigatha is, the senior among the monks and so on.
Of course. Yeah, it's Charles Hallisey's translation from the Pali tradition of the songs of the Buddhist nuns, in which you have voices of largely the older nuns, but you also have the voices of younger women coming into the order. And we know that many of these songs may originally have been composed in other languages, but they were all at some point rendered into Pali, which was the formal language of the early Buddhist canon. And to me, it's dwelling on these songs is also about thinking through a worldly experience as much as it's about what comes later. And that's what I think anchors the anthology in a way, the Therigatha, that is. This one's called Veera. Veera is the name of the nun, addressing herself, repeating what was spoken by the Buddha to her. The name you are called by means hero, Veera. It's a good name for you because of your heroic qualities. You are a nun who knows how to know well. Take care of the body. It's your last. Just make sure it doesn't become a vehicle for death after this. Then there's Mutta, for Mukta, spoken by the Buddha to her. The name you are called by means freed, Mutta. So be freed from what holds you back, like the moon from the grasp of Rahu at the end of an eclipse. When nothing is owed because the mind is completely free, you can relish food collected as alms. There's also a constant devolution of privilege, and if in some way the foregrounding of the privilege of the spiritual path in a way. Mutta, the name I am called by means freed, and I am quite free, well free from three crooked things: mortar, pestle, and husband with his own crooked thing. I am freed from birth and death. What leads to rebirth has been rooted out.
Nice.
Yeah.
Could you read the first one about the very first
The very
one
first
in this? That was nice too. Yeah, this one.
Erika. This is under the name of a nun called Thereka, which literally, it's an interesting name. It means little nun, little old one, literally.
Little old one.
Yeah. Thereka, spoken by the Buddha to her. Now that you live among Theres, Thereka, the name you were given as a child finally becomes you. So sleep well, covered with cloth you have made, your passion for sex shriveled away like a herb dried up in a pot.
Okay, now
Explicit souls, these old nuns.
Very, calling a spade a spade. So now, Slim, while this book is, it has got a very ambitious sweep, not just in terms of the 2,500 years, but as we say, the genres, the subjects, the tones, the tenors. Now, I was wondering, when you read it together, as when you were sitting down to write the foreword, as somebody who looked at all 10 texts, were you able to discern a continuity of thought, ideas, imagination, aesthetics, what have you, and dare I say, a civilizational link?
I've tended to be a little suspicious of claims to a unified civilizational sensibility, because it's the kind of unexamined verity that we're asked to accept these days. But having said that and having put that to one side, I think what is of interest in these texts and in a number of other texts that form the larger world from which they come, there are actually a number of continuities. For instance, the epics, for instance, form a large reservoir of imagery. But what's interesting is that there's no singular way in which these episodes or figures or images are approached.
Yeah.
They keep, they're interpreted in the light of new symbolisms. The protagonists are animated in the light of new narratives, like the Harishchandra story we just talked about. It's a minor episode in the original. It takes on its own life here, for instance. There's also a very interesting pattern of teachings that recur. For me, what was a little unexpected, I think, was the Granth Sahib, actually. To see how much of it is in continuity with notions that come out of yoga or Sankhya, whilst yet being on the cusp with ideas that are coming in from Sufi practices out of Islam. And to my mind, these are the robust cusps that we need to look at here. There are also similar, you see the interplay between Shaiva and Buddhist ideas playing out, for instance. And to my mind, it's the story of those encounters and those confluences that form these continuities.
Yeah. So we're going to pick up Nanak again, Nanak as a poet and as a kind of a visionary. We're going to pick up Sufism again in the course of this conversation in greater detail if time permits. But I want to now get into some troubled waters, if I may.
Sure, of course.
You know, this whole business of 2,500 years is a big sweep. There are many now, especially now, strident voices that say that there was a civilizational continuity that was ruptured rudely by the arrival of Islam in India, and that rupture has to be darned. It has to be uski क्या कहते हैं, सिलाई करनी पड़ेगी to have a continuous fabric, a social fabric, moral fabric, a continuum of aesthetics, values, and all of that. How do you respond to that?